Toyota, all about the drive.
ハッピーセット。
ハッピーセット。
レディーゴハッピーセットお待たせしました。ありがとうございました。
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, sim racers and sim racing fans from across Malaysia, welcome to the Toyota Gazoo Racing Online Challenge, where we have invited the top 10 sim racers from across Malaysia. They'll be racing not only for bragging rights, but also for a share of the 3,000 ringgit prize pool. Before we begin, let us thank our organizers, Toyota Malaysia, alongside our sponsors, Toyo Tires, Denso, Toyota Racing Development, and our event partners, NK, Drive Energy Drink, and Motis. I am Nick Harris. Alongside with me is Victor Ang, and we are going to be your commentary team for today, commentating from the comforts of our own homes. Welcome to the show, Victor. It's great to be alongside you again.
Yeah, it's great to be back here again, especially with the Toyota Gazoo Racing event. So it's been a while, but I hope you guys have been enjoying yourselves throughout this MCO. I heard that a lot of the players here have been having quite a bit of fun during the online challenge throughout this MCO.
I feel that the Toyota Gazoo Racing Online Challenge has created a safe atmosphere, especially during such trying times as the pandemic of the COVID-19 has hit the world. So it's really great to see that Toyota Malaysia, as well as our sponsors and event partners, have gotten together to allow us a safe atmosphere, as well as supporting us towards making this event a realization, whether it's online or whether it is a live and coming to you from the tracks. We are here to cover for you 4 rounds of racing sim racing action that I believe is going to be a doozy here. We've got 4 different tracks, 4 different cars, and some of the best sim races here in Malaysia. So, Victor, how has it been for you leading up to the Toyota Gazoo Racing Online Challenge thus far?
I mean, it's kind of funny because like the world's kind of like changed in the last few months, you know. So it's like a lot of things have really it's something that no one really saw coming. So I think like a lot of people had time to adapt. But I feel that now after the lockdown period, things are starting to creep back into a sense of normalcy. So it's really great to see that even stuff like motorsports, we weren't having a lot of races during the lockdown period, obviously, but it's great to see that sim racing has actually stepped up to the table and provided us with like that entertainment that we were so desperately needing, throughout this whole lockdown period.
And I totally agree with you on that, Victor. It's always great to see that more people within the motorsport industry are actually getting more involved with the sim racing community. And it
Hmm.
does give a big, how to say, it does give a bit of foreshadowing in terms of the future that is for esports and all the entertainment industry, all the entertainment that we have been exposed to over the past few months, despite the fact that we are not allowed to have mass gatherings and events. But still, it's always great to be able to still follow the SOPs and, of course, practice our social distancing through our screens, because that's COVID-19 won't be able to spread through the through the screens. That's for
I,
sure.
I certainly hope not. I mean, I hope that this is good enough social distancing between the two of us here. Yeah, but in any case, for those who hadn't been following, the Toyota Gazoo Racing had been holding their online challenges throughout the lockdown period. We've had 5 different rounds of time attacks, and basically this all culminated into this one event here, where they invited the top 10 performers doing this time attack challenge to come and actually race against each other for that 3,000 ringgit cash prize pool.
Well, speaking of races, let's take a look at the races
Mhm.
in terms of the stats, as well as their placings and numbers here, because I think it's going to be very interesting to note that some of these names are going to be very familiar indeed. And
Mhm.
some of these names are names that we have seen not just in the Toyota Gazoo Racing Online Challenge, but also in other sim racing events that we have worked with in the past and observed in the past. So these are our top 10 finalists. Muhammad Hakim in car number 17, Mio Muhammad Hafiz in car number 9, Taj Isrin Ayman in car number 90, Ayman Hazik in car number 47, and Mushwan Jink in car number 2. Chow Jenya in car number 6, Luwui Kit in car number 28, Daniel Vun Kachun in car number 3, Irwadi bin Dawood in car number 97, and finally Muhammad Ridwan in car number 37. So these guys are going to be racing in identical cars and almost identical setups. There has been rules and regulations in place to simulate real world racing conditions. I feel that is going to be very, very conducive, not only for entertainment value, but also on an educational level for a lot of our racing fans back at home, and of course, people who are very much entrenched within this sim racing community, Victor.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these guys actually have been participating in a lot of competitions throughout the MCO because there've been a lot of other sim races that have been going around. So, like people like Mior Hafiz, people like Lao Wicked, they've been actually going around like taking part in as many of these online sim racing challenges as possible. So this is just going to be another stepping stone for them, to try to show what the talents are when it comes to the track. So the thing is, there are also quite a few new names here as well. Like Muhammad Hakim, he's from Malacca, and he actually has managed to get first place during one of the time attack challenges. Actually, that was during round 1. So it's great to see that this online challenge is also helping bring up some new talent to the pool, and hopefully this new blood is going to be able to show that they can also compete with the big boys, the heavy hitters here in our Toyota Gazoo Racing online challenge.
Well, speaking of the races, they are going to be tabulated in terms of points. So let's take a look at the point system and find out how these performers are going to be. Excuse me. Before we go look into the points, I do like to think that a lot of these players are going to be going up against each other for a very strong number of points, because races with the highest amount of points after 4 races are going to win. First place is going to net them 25 points, second place with 18, and third place with 15. From fourth to 10th spot is going to be 15, 12, 10, 8, 6, 4, 2, and 1 point for all of these races. So, of course, the higher you are in terms of the placements, the higher amount of total points that you are going to walk away with, Victor.
Yeah, those who are from motorsport fans will be definitely familiar with this points format. It is basically the type of points are used currently in the Grand Prix formats for FIA, and that pretty much is designed to give more weightage towards wins as well as podiums. So that means that if you are able to place quite high, it actually gives you a lot more points than as opposed to finishing somewhere in the midfield. So this means that you're going to be seeing a lot of these drivers really fight for those podium positions, and even just fighting for that win or alone is going to give them a huge boost when it comes to their championship standings.
Definitely, for sure. Now let's take a look at our first round in terms of the vehicle of choice as well as the track of choice. For today's first round matchup, it's going to be very interesting indeed, because we are going to be introduced to the vehicle of choice as well as the track. I believe it is going to be the Toyota GR Supra RZ 2020, along with the track of choice being a Laguna Seca, which is going to be a very interesting track indeed, Victor.
Yeah, so we're going to be running through a flying lap of this place. So the first corner actually is a slight bend, but that's only to set you up for the Andretti hairpin. Now, this is a double apex hairpin, and I'm expecting, especially during that first lap, there should be a lot of drama happening here because this is a very slow corner. But immediately after that, it's going to be a quick bend towards the right, and then you're going to be entering Sector 2. Now, Sector 2 is going to be a little bit faster. There's 3 long straights, but they're going to be punctuated by 2 medium corners where drivers will have to be quite precise in their braking points as well as their racing line to ensure that they are able to get through Sector 2 as fast as possible. And as you can see, our demonstration driver here is really aggressively attacking the curves there, which is kind of like what you want to do because you want to be able to get as tight as possible a racing line throughout the sector. But immediately after that, you're going to be going up the Rahal Straight. Now, this is an uphill section, but it's also just a setup for the next corner, the most famous corner of all in Laguna Seca, which is the corkscrew. This is a dead drop here, and this is going to be a roller coaster ride because immediately after that, you're going to be entering the rainy curve. This is mostly going to be flat out here for most of these drivers because they want to be able to hit the maximum speed before they're going to be approaching that final few turns. And then immediately after that, this is going to be the last corner here at Laguna Seca. So it's going to be heartbreaking here. You're going to try to well, a lot of people are going to try to fight for that inside line there, but those who do will be able to have a clear line of sight towards that start finish straight, and that is how you complete a lap here on Laguna Seca.
It's very interesting indeed to be able to see such an interesting track, as well as 10 races on the block, which I believe are going to be very interesting indeed, because creating, 10 races on the track compared to like maybe 15 to 20, it does create a lot of opportunities and a lot of space for a lot of these sim races to actually overtake one another. But considering that it is going to be uh, a very interesting track with a few limitations in terms of space, especially during the corners and some of the straights, I do believe that it is going to be a very technical course in terms of them picking those right spots to brake and picking those right spots to accelerate. You did actually mention the Andretti hairpin, which is the second turn of the entire track, which is going to be a very interesting second turn indeed, heading over towards the third, fourth, and fifth. There are going to be relatively relatively straightforward turns, but heading into the sixth sixth turn into the Rahal Strait before heading into the corkscrew. I believe that that is going to be a rather challenging turn for a lot of our races indeed, mainly because that in the past we have seen quite a few collisions there. We have seen quite a few people lose a lot of speed there, mainly because of the dead drop, and some of them actually do not take into account the amount of acceleration that comes in. What are your thoughts on how some of these drivers are going to decelerate, not to say decelerate, lose quite a bit of speed going up that Rahal Strait, heading into that corkscrew, Victor?
Well, I don't think they will be losing that much speed, to be honest, because the cars are going to be driving is the 2020 Supra, and the 2020 Supra actually has a lot of torque, so it's going to be able to handle that with ease. The only issue is that, especially when it comes to the medium to high speed corners here in Laguna Seca, is that the car they're going to be using here in this race doesn't really have a lot of downforce. So the drivers will definitely have to rely a lot more on the mechanical grip, and that means that it's only pretty much the grip on their tires is going to allow them to be able to tackle these medium to high speed corners. So, but the other thing as well that these drivers had to keep in mind, especially when they're going to be close racing with each other, is that we actually are having officials from the Motorsports Association of Malaysia who are coming here to actually be the race control as well as stewarding for this race. So that means that these drivers, even though they are racing inside a video game here, they're actually having real world motorsports professionals actually judging how they're going to be making their maneuvers. So this is definitely going to be interesting to see, especially if there are going to be any incidents happening on this track. It's going to be judged literally by people who do this professionally as a job at the actual racetracks.
Yeah, and that's the thing I feel that is going to basically be the foundation of education that a lot of the sim racers are going to be able to take in, mainly because of, I mean, in the past, it wasn't as, you had to be a little bit more practical in terms of your practice, in terms of your theory, in terms of putting it to practice onto the track. But now with the advancements of technology and the betterment of, I mean, we've seen some of these sim racers and their equipment, and it does mimic a lot of real world conditions. Maybe there might be a few similarities and a few differences between a sim racing setup atmosphere and a real racing atmosphere, but those particular setups actually allow an atmosphere where it is conducive for them to learn and gain a little bit of experience and basically solidify their theories. We have seen even professional racers actually pick up sim racing, not just as a hobby, but also as practice to basically prepare them a little bit for before they actually go into a race onto the track. So with that in mind, right, it does actually create a little bit of safety cushion in that sense, right? Before they actually go into the race, and the element of safety, the element of not putting in too much of that financial cost into getting a new pair of tires or tuning up the car, tuning up the vehicle is definitely going to play into consideration, especially for a lot of these people that are coming in. So we are already going into qualifiers. It is going to be the practice lap for now before we start over the qualifiers. So what are you going to be looking forward to before we start this qualifying round, Victor?
Well, obviously, I'm going to be watching very closely to some of the heavy hitters we have on this track here. I mean, we have drivers like Mior Muhammad Hafiz, who's quite a well decorated sim racer in the Malaysian community. I mean, he has actually competed in the Nations Cup, the Gran Turismo, the FIA sanctioned Gran Turismo tournament. And that means he has a lot of experience behind the wheel, especially in this particular game. Now, the thing is, he's also going to be facing quite a lot of stiff competition from people like Ayman Hazik, who has actually taken quite a few championships during this lockdown period here. He's taken the MAN lockdown championship. He won first place in that. In the Asia GT Festival in Race Room, he also won first place. And in the last Toyota event, he actually managed to get third place. So he's definitely going to be able to give Mir Muhammad Hafiz a run for his money. Then of course we also have a lot of like newcomers into this race here. Some of these guys have actually never been in the TGR event. So to those guys, I say welcome to the club here, because like this is definitely one of the best battlegrounds you could have in order to really show your worth when it comes to racing behind that wheel. So the qualifying session has started now. We're going to be seeing these drivers go across the track and try to set their fastest time, because this is going to determine their grip positions for this race.
And just to take into account, a lot of these drivers as well are going to be put into very, very interesting situations, mainly because that the qualifying rounds will determine where they are going to be placed in the grid. With eight of them on the field, excuse me, on the track at the moment, Wicket is definitely enjoying the lead here at car number 28. No times has been put in yet, but we are going to see the first time be recorded relatively soon here, as they are going to be heading out of that first out of that final turn on across the start finish line. So it is going to be very interesting to see how some of these players are going to be putting in. So we already see that there is going to be a time of 1 minute and 37 that has been recorded already, and I believe that those times is going to be the starting point for a lot of these racers to actually gauge themselves and target themselves in terms of how they want to be putting into the final few turns. And I do believe that with the qualifying rounds starting off with quick speed, it does actually add a little sense of urgency for a lot of these players here, for a lot of these racers, to basically get their best time and to get really familiarized with not only the track itself, but settings that they have implemented towards these races. So I do believe that the tire wear is in effect, as well as fuel consumption, and I do believe that in the rules and regulation they have to make at least one pit stop throughout the entire duration of the race, Victor.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Nick. So the thing is that with the tire wear on, that first flying lap that these guys are going to be putting out is going to be very, very crucial, because that's going to be the point where the tires are still at the most optimum grip. So having a very clean this first lap is going to be very, very important. And the thing is that if you kind of like messed up, like one of our competitors has done there, they're going to have to start from scratch again, because they're probably going to have, if they really want to get the optimal grip, they have to go back to the pits, swap out to a fresh set of tires, and then try to go for that time attack again. So this kind of mimics exactly what usually happens in real race situations, because obviously tire wear is a huge, huge factor when it comes to driving a race car. You know, most of the time during laps, you're actually managing the level of grip that your tires are able to provide, and you always have to watch out for what they call the cliff, which a lot of modern race tires now are designed to actually have like a maximum number of laps that you can take, where the tire is still going to be in optimal grip. And as you can see now, you already have Muir going to the pits, getting a fresh set of tires, because he wants to go out and try to get a good lap time here. So let's go ahead and ride with him and see what he's going to try to do here in Laguna Seca. So obviously, like, he's going to be taking his time with that first lap. There is only once he's already gone across the line that we're going to be seeing a flying lap for him. So for now, we got Tajwan is going to be taking that provisional pole position there, and following very closely behind him by 4/10 of a second is Lao Wei Kit. Now, Wei Kit, of course, is quite a veteran in the sim racing community. He actually has competed in quite a few tournaments here. And let me pull the list here. Yep, he actually has taken part in the last Toyota Gazoo Racing event. He's also been in the e-racing Grand Prix event as well, and he's definitely been very familiar in how to race in a game like Gran Turismo Sport, where one of the main differences between this game and some of the other sim races out there is that uh, this game actually allows for a lot more aggressive driving, because the cars are they actually handle a lot easier on the wheel for some people, and this means they can actually push the car a little bit harder than than they actually would be able to in any other sim racing game. So what this means is that the drivers will be able to turn in a lot harder. They will be able to brake a lot harder at the braking points, and quite frankly, it's like for those who actually come from other sim racing games, they actually find it a bit harder to adapt to this, because of how aggressive your driving style has to be inside Gran Turismo Sport.
And I totally agree with that. The aggression is definitely going to be rewarded. However, there is going to be a risk factor here in terms of the amount of uncalculated aggression. So everything has to be calculated in terms of the risk reward, in terms of aggression that you want to put in towards the drivers as well, towards your other sim racers as well that are going to be sharing the track alongside you. So I do believe that there is going to be an element of aggression and intimidation in terms of some of these races going up against each other, because some of these names are definitely very, very well known and very experienced names. We do see that there are some new names as well that have popped up across the board. So, like you said, a welcome to the show. It's always great to have a lot of new faces. However, there is going to be a trial by fire here. Baptism by fire, excuse me, for a lot of these drivers here, considering the wealth of experience some of our leaders here have compared to some of our fresh faces. However, that is not going to deter some of our fresh faces from giving their best on the track. And I believe that it is through competition that brings out the best in our competitors. So I do believe that excuse me, I do believe that Toyota Malaysia has created a very, very interesting atmosphere, not only for the esports community and sim racing community, but also for the motorsports community in general as well, because it does create, who knows, we might actually see some of these races actually take up the real world steering wheel and basically be racers themselves in a track. You may never
Yeah.
know what potential these guys have and may show on the track.
It's quite funny. I'm seeing actually Muir kind of struggle a bit to get a good lap time up. He's going to the pits yet again here to try to set a good time. We did see Jenya at least able to get within 9 tenths there to touch Ayman. But touch Ayman, though, he's definitely going to be on top of the board for quite a while there. It's like it seems like no one else is going to be able to challenge him for that uh, provisional pole position quite yet. So Jenya, he's right now 9 tenths behind Tashban. He's right now on his flying lap here. His tire's a little bit worn down. I think he's already kind of gotten it used quite a bit. I also saw Hakim was using some hard tires there during his initial run, which I just wonder, is he trying to like gauge the difference between in his pace between the hard tires and the soft tires? Because again, later on during the race, the drivers are required to make a mandatory one pit stop. So that means that they will have the option of like what tire compound they want to use during the race, as well as deciding when they want to come in. So I think given that it's going to be 20 plus laps, sorry, it's going to be yeah, there's going to be 19 laps. Sorry, there's going to be 19 laps in Laguna Seca here. So definitely using a set of hards is not going to be able to last the entire race distance here, especially with the tire wear being set to 9 times the simulation rate. So these drivers here are going to have to decide very carefully about what tires you want to use, because if you want to use the more long-lasting tires, you're going to have to trade off the amount of pace the pace deficit that you get, because a hard tire is not going to be able to provide the same level of grip as a soft tire. So naturally, you're going to be faster on the softer compounds. But the thing is that drivers will always have to gauge, like, okay, is the hard tire going to be working for me on this particular track? Because sometimes, maybe it might be better to just go with a medium compound instead. It's not going to last as long as the hards, but you're still going to be able to keep up a good pace that you should be able to keep up with the rest of the field. And hopefully, by the time you switch to your soft tires, you'll be in a good position to start attacking some of these guys who are going to be on the last few stints of their own tires.
5 plus minutes now have been has been excuse me 5 more minutes are left in this qualifying round, as we are going to be seeing a very interesting turn of excuse me not turn of events, excuse me, we are going to be seeing a very interesting set of times here being tabulated and being scored for a lot of our drivers here, with Taj Ayman I think going to be holding on towards that first spot really well. And I do believe that some of these drivers as well, like you said, have been struggling a little bit with the softness and hardness of the tire compounds, which I believe, like you have said, does give them a little element of speed advantage. However, it does take away a little bit in terms of grip. So I do believe that there is going to be very interesting choices for a lot of our races heading into the race that is going to come after this qualifying round. And I believe that whoever is going to be holding on towards that pole position pit timing is definitely going to be very important for them,
Yeah.
mainly because of the lead that they will be able to hold, and whether or not that timing is going to be a good time for them to actually go into the pit. Because if you go in too
Yes.
early, you may actually spread yourself a little bit too thin, and you may lose out the lead.
Oh. Ooh. Yep. So Mior, I think he's been struggling with the limits of this track here. So he's been going off the line quite a bit. No doubt because he's been pushing very hard throughout his flying laps here. So he hadn't quite set a time yet until he got to this session. Now he's finally taken that provisional pole away there by almost less than half a tenth of a second away from Hakim, who actually took that provisional pole away from Taj Ayman. So Mior now finally showing down a gauntlet, saying, "Okay, now it's going to be your turn to try to challenge this time here." And unfortunately for these guys, they only got 3 minutes and 45 seconds left to try to do it. And we're already seeing Jen Ye now coming out of the pits with a fresh set of tires, and he's going to try to do a good flying lap here. I hope, and then let's see if anyone else will be able to challenge Mior and Hakim for that front row.
And that's the thing that I feel that Taj Ayman is going to be having his work cut out for him, mainly because of Mior in car number 9 was able to basically score a good, basically clocking a very good time. And Hakim behind him as well in car number 17 is definitely going to be enjoying that second place spot. However, there's still 3 minutes left on the clock, so there is a possibility of them scoring, putting in a better time. And I do believe that for some of these races here, there is going to be a little bit of struggle before they are able to adapt. We have seen Muir in car number 9 that has been able to adapt to the situation, but coming in at fourth spot here is going to be Wicked in car number 28. And there could be a possibility for a lot of these same drivers to basically clock in better times. But then again, with the limitation of uh, with time being a limit here for this qualifying round, I do believe that that is going to be a very interesting factor as we head into race number 1, Victor.
Yep, Swan Jink and Lao Wicked are going to be coming across the line soon. Wicked is going to be able to. Is he going to be able to improve his time? Doesn't look like it so far. Like his best time so far has been a 128. That's going to allow him to be on the second row here next to Touch Ayman. So I think it's Touch Ayman is definitely going to be facing quite a bit of pressure here because not only he's got a really fast couple of guys in front of him, Woykit as well has been known for being quite an aggressive wheel-to-wheel racer here. So he's definitely going to make life for him a bit difficult, I expect. Especially coming that first turn, but Taj Ayman fires another volley here, getting 1/10 of a second faster than Mior to take away that provisional pole with in the closing moments of this qualifying here. So things are really heating up. We're starting to see these drivers, actively fighting against each other even before the race has already started here, posting some pretty blistering fast lap times here in this qualifying session. Hakim now going to be coming across the line. Is he going to be able to improve his time? Not quite. I think he just only started his flying lap here, actually, looking at his lap time here. But in any case, he's going to be trying his best here. He's only got 1 minute left, so that's pretty much going to be enough for him to get one more lap in. So 1 minute left here. Hakim, he's going to be coming around to the side here. I think we do see Irwadi actually spin out a little bit towards the end. It's going to be a bit of a shame because I don't think he's going to have enough time to come across the line to set his final lap. Now, Hakim, he's going to be starting from the pit lane. Yeah, but there's definitely no way he's going to be able to get a flying lap in time here. I mean, he's probably just going to try to use this last closing moments of qualifying to just get a bit warmed up and try to mentally prepare himself for the races up ahead. We are seeing some really fast sectors here being set by Mior. He's definitely going to try to challenge Touch Ayman again for that pole position because it's going to be very important for him to be able to stay as in front of the pack here, especially in that first lap moment they start to go into a dirty hairpin because that's going to be where a lot of the positional a lot of the fights for positioning is going to occur. Qualifying is going to be ending now as Taj Ayman will be coming across the line. Will he be able to set a much better time here? No, he does not. So it looks like he's going to be sticking to his current fastest time here. Mior has 1/10 of a second. Try to make up. Oh, gets a little bit loose here, getting his back tires into the sand right at the edge there, and unfortunately, that's not going to allow him to set a time here. He's going to have to settle for second place.
Well, what's interesting to note is a lot of these drivers already have given a valiant effort to clock in their best times, but it is going to be. Oh no!
I spoke too soon there. Mior has just completely obliterated that pole position time by 1/10 of a second. And man, oh man, I mean, that certainly surprised me there. I literally thought that was not going to be able to make it there, but man, I just got it handed to by Mior there.
I totally agree with you on that. I was about to basically, not to say count Mir out, but basically count Taj Ayman as our pole position, as our lead man in the pole position. But I do believe that the numbers, excuse me, not the numbers, the time between Taj Ayman and Mior have actually been a very revealing revealing times between them, mainly because that I think it is going to be by a very small margin, I think of minus 0.145 of a second, that I feel that Mior was able to get a small little lead away from Taj Ayman. So there were a little bit of very interesting factors here that I believe that Mior were able to work out with. And here are the times thus far before we head into the race. Victor, what are you going to be looking forward to as we are going to be heading into the race here at Laguna Seca?
The front row is very closely paced. The qualifying times are separated by less than a second. So this means that pretty much that first corner there is going to be one to watch here, because it's still kind of up in the air who's going to be able to get into there first. I think Mior is definitely going to be in the best position for sure, given that he is starting in first place. But Taj Ayman, looking at his qualifying pace, I'm pretty sure that he's going to be able to keep up at least quite well with Mior, and that's certainly going to be a very tight race indeed. The race has started here. They're going to be going down towards that first turn now, all in one single pack here. They're going to try to fight for the positions as Mior now leading the pack here, leading by quite a bit here. Is going to have a pretty easy entry into Andretti hairpin, and Taj Ayman, he's going to try to defend his place here against Hakim, who is closing behind him, but it looks like Woikit manages to find the inside line there and actually snatches away third position just before they enter the second sector. So Woikit now in P3, while Hakim is going to be slipping down into P4. No other major changes in the positional grid at the moment. Wan Jing still going to be in P6, Kajun in P7, as they now come towards that second sector. The second sector is not really a place to overtake, it's more of a place to try to keep up with your opponent, try to stay as close to them as possible to get a slipstream before they enter the final sector. Ridwan, though, he's going to try to go into the inside line against Jen Ye as they come towards the Rahal Strait, and looks like Ridwan is going to be able to stay ahead here. He's battling right now for P9, staying ahead of Hazik, but Mior now having a clear lane in front of him, goes down through the corkscrew. Woikit, though, he's already creeping up to Touch Ayman, so perhaps he's trying to set himself up for an overtake pretty soon. So Touch Ayman now trying to defend his lines here. Looks like he's going to be able to do that pretty much, but the last corner is coming up, and Woikit is going to be able to get a good exit. You can be assured he's going to try to make an overtaking move on this straight. Now they are coming down towards the line here. Mior, of course, is going to be taking first. Taj Ayman in second, being closely followed behind by Woikit, Hakim in fourth, as Shuanqing also going to be in fifth. Now Taj Ayman now trying to defend going down the Andretti hairpin. Seems like Woikit isn't able to make the moves quite yet, but you're rest assured he's going to be sticking very close to Taj Ayman throughout this race.
And I totally agree with you here, as Wicked is definitely going to put a little bit of pressure onto Taj Ayman, who is going to be in the red, is going to be holding on towards car number 90 in second spot. I do believe that Mior in car number 9 is going to be holding on to that first spot with a relative amount of lead here, but there seems to be quite a bit of a lead that's being built up here from positions 1, 2, 3 to positions 5, 6, and 7, 8. So I do believe that halfway through there is going to be a bit of space between them. As we can see here, Hakim in car number 17 has created quite a bit of space between himself and Chuan, as Irwadi right now looking for an opportunity to overtake, but we can see Ridwan right now trying to go onto the attack, heading in to the corkscrew before they come off into the rainy curve. So there could be an opportunity for some of these drivers to actually attack and try to steal the race. Wait, Irwadi trying to get onto the outside here, but Schwan closed the door really, really well on him in car number 2, and it seems that car number 97 will have a few problems here in the form of Schwan, as Irwadi right now adds a little bit of pressure onto the 5th spot, a P5 that is being held by Schwan.
Yeah, Kajun also is kicking very close. This is a three-way battle going on for P5 now. It looks like Awadi is going to try to dive for the inside, just nudges Swan Jing out on the side there, and actually snatches away P5, and that actually opened up the door for Kajun to try to get through, and he also passes Swan Jing before they reach the third corner. So Irwadi now going to be in P5, but Kajun is still falling very closely behind. Looks like Kajun now wants to go for a double prompt attack here and try to get up close to Irwadi, but the thing is, coming through this sector, it looks like Kajun is slowly slipping behind here. So it seems like Irwadi is going to be able to hold on to that P5 for quite a while.
And that is going to be very interesting indeed, as Irwadi will be holding on towards that position here. Hakim right now still enjoying that 4th spot, and it seems that the top 4 are going to be having a significant amount of lead compared to the lower half of the races, of the sim races here. So this is going to be very interesting to note as we are hitting it, and it seems that Schwan right now has fallen quite a bit here compared to the, and it seems that one of them was Kachun from car number 3 definitely is going to not enjoy the position that he has been relegated to as we head into the next few laps. 3 laps in the books already. What have you observed thus far, Victor, as we head into our 4th lap in a few seconds?
I think there was an incident there between Irwadi and Kajun. I think someone must have braked a little bit too late there, causing a collision between the two. We only got to see the aftermath of that, and unfortunately, I can't really tell whose fault it was. But that did happen at the corkscrew there, which is a hard braking point coming up right after the Grey Hill Straight. So still surprised that when you're following so closely behind, it's easy to make a mistake here, especially when you're trying to fight for positions. When you're trying to set yourself up for an overtake in Sector 3. So it's quite a bit of a shame there, because Irwadi was actually doing so well up until that point. And quite frankly, it's one of those things that, happens, especially in motorsport. You may be performing well, but just a mistake from someone else could easily just take you out of the race. Now we're going to be riding with Grid 1, who's following very closely with Hazik there in the black car. And actually, he just got past Hazik there, who made a mistake coming out of the exit of the Grey Hill Straight. So it looks like Grid 1 will be able to stay ahead of him going into the corkscrew. But Swan Jing definitely is going to be quite a bit happy that he managed to get his P5 position back. But now he's going to be facing a new challenger in the white car of Grid 1. Now going to be riding with Boykin. He so far has been falling very closely behind Touch Ayman, and Touch Ayman actually has already caught up to Muir, who seems to be falling back in pace here. They are going to be side by side going through this straight, and Touch Ayman actually edges out Muir just before the start-finish straight. Now they're going to be going down towards the first and second turn. Touch Ayman staying ahead here. Muir trying to take a deeper inside line here, but doesn't seem to be able to keep up with Touch Ayman. Touch Ayman leaving no gap at all. It's going to be leading the entire pack going into Sector 2. So well done there to Touch Ayman, getting a really good exit out the final corner and able to get that overtaking move done onto Muir.
And it is going to be very interesting to note here that Touch Ayman's patience has definitely paid off dividends for him in the form of position number 1 being stolen away from the side of Muir in car number 9. So it is going to be big win here for Touch Ayman, but he can't rest on his laurels as we still have 14 laps to go. So a little bit of lack of insight, a little lack of care could actually steal it away, but it seems that Wicked right now will be able to take it away from Muir. Wicked in car number 28 in the white, as we are observing right now, was beautifully taking advantage of the situation, and it seems that Muir in car number 9 has been taken off balance here, as the amount of pressure that's coming in from Hakim in car number 17 is going to add to the mounting pressure that Muir has been facing throughout the first 5 laps of this race, Victor.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised actually to see that Muir's pace has dropped off so significantly after the first few laps, because I think he must have like pushed his tires a little bit too hard there, or maybe has made a few mistakes there in the last lap. So the thing is now he's going to be facing pressure from Hakim from behind. Wicket, who up until that point was actually chasing Touch Ayman, is now going to be trying to chase him for the actual win of the race. And the thing is that him being delayed by Muir there actually has opened up quite a bit of a gap between him and Touch Ayman. So he has his work cut out for him to try to keep up with him with Touch Ayman. But no doubt, the next field of battle here for these drivers is going to be that pit strategy here. Most likely, these drivers are going to try to pit in right around the center point of this race here, which is probably going to be around lap 9 or 10. But some of the drivers, if they're going to be able to, if they're able to manage the tires pretty well, they could actually maybe extend their stint maybe by a couple of laps, or maybe even some drivers might consider going for the undercut, where they pit in a little bit earlier, get a slightly harder compound, and try to make up the difference just in terms of the overall pace, and hopefully catch them in a final lap battle. But Mior now, he's already been passed by Hakim, so Mior now slipping all the way down into P4. That's going to be Touch Ayman in first, Voikit in second, and Hakim in third. And Swan Jing now facing pressure here. His grip line is already caught up in him, coming down towards the final sector. He's going to go straight into the pits here. So looks like they're going to be pitting quite a bit early here. The cars looks like they aren't quite up to snuff here. And I think no doubt Muir is going to be coming in as well. Voikit now going in, taking a nice fresh set of tires. Let's see if he's going to be able to catch up here, because the thing is he's going to be switching to these medium tires, and he's going to be coming out in P7. Rear one following very closely behind him is going to be going on. Let's see what tire compound that's going to be. But in the meantime, though, we're seeing Hakim now coming out of the pit exit just to witness the battle here between Kachun and Jenye. Jenye actually has a 0.1 second penalty that he has to get rid of before the end of the lap. But just clips the outside of the corner a little bit there, and unfortunately, that's going to compromise his chances of being able to stay close to Kachun throughout Sector 2.
Well, very interesting indeed here. Maybe there was a little bit of mishaps here coming in for him, as he was taking into it that penalty. It isn't going to be that much in terms of him suffering, because compared to a crazy amount of penalty that we've seen in the past, Victor, it is definitely mild in comparison to some of the crazy penalties that go up to 4 to 5 seconds in the past that we have seen already. And somehow or another, a lot of these drivers were able to shave off those penalty times without giving up their lead. So a 0.1 second penalty isn't exactly that detrimental, but considering that some of the spacing between themselves, between some of the positions here are pretty close, all those little micro adjustments could actually play quite a bit in the long run. Victor.
So Jenye now is trying his best to stay in P6. It looks like, I think his opponent just went into the pits there, so he was chasing Kachun early on. Kachun now going to be coming in for his pit stop. He's actually able to keep his soft tires running for about 8 laps now, but the thing is, with Voikit now seeing some of the other drivers already going to pits, he's slowly climbed back into P4, but Touch Ayman is still out on the track. He still hasn't taken his pit stop yet. He still is going to be having a significant lead here, so is he going to be able to keep that for quite a while, though? Because the problem is he still has come in for that mandatory pit stop.
And that's the thing. I feel that some of these early some of these drivers were able to take advantage of, because if they stop in early, it's only a matter of time before some of the racers ahead of them have to go in and put themselves into the pit as well. So that is going to create an opportunity for them to take the lead away from them. So it is a little bit interesting to see the choices that were being made by some of these racers here pretty early on to basically be able to get that pit stop out of the way. And I believe that is going to pay quite a bit in terms of advantages for them towards the later stages of the race, as we are going to be heading into our 9th lap in a bit here, as that is going to signify almost our halfway mark. And I believe that that is going to create a lot of opportunities here, because with an early pit stop, it does mean that they will be able to stay on the track for a longer time. And I do believe that Yeah, you were gonna say, Victor.
Oh yeah, I wanted to point out because Wicked now he's currently in P4, but he's actually starting to close the gap between him and Atash Ayman. As you can see now, the gap is only down to 18.9 seconds. So he's on his fresh tires. He's actually gaining quite a lot of pace compared to Touch Ayman, and this is going to be quite critical here for Touch Ayman because if he's not gonna, if his pace is going to continue to drop like this, the longer he stays out there, the worse it's going to be. Because by the time he comes to the pits, it comes out, there's a high likelihood he will actually end up behind Wicked, and that certainly means that the Wicked will just be able to take away his place even without actually fighting with him directly here. So the kudos to him. Wicked is actually doing quite well in his pace so far. But Taj Ayman now, he's going to finally come into the pits. Let's see what his final strategy is going to be. He has used the soft tires for 9 laps here, and Miura is going to be able to overtake him now to take provisional first. Swan Jing, I think, is going to be coming in pretty soon, but all eyes should be on Woykit now because Woykit had been fighting against Touch Ayman for that point. And yes, indeed, Woykit has already gotten in front of Touch Ayman, so he's going to be trying to bring the fight here to Swan Jing as well as Mir. He stays on P3.
And that's going to be very, very interesting indeed here, mainly because of the ability for some of these drivers to basically steal away these positions. And we do see that there have been changes into the tire compounds here. What is the biggest change? Excuse me. In terms of changing the tires, what is the biggest observation that you can make here, Victor, in terms of some of these races choosing the soft compound over the medium compound and vice versa, Victor?
I think like some of the drivers figured that they can still make those soft tires last for a long stint because like normally you want to use the medium tire for that, but I figured that having the pace advantage of having a softer compound is still a pretty handy solution here for them to utilize. So Wicked now he switched from the soft tires to the mediums, and now he's going to try to fight here against Swan Jink. He's going to be coming up alongside here, but doesn't quite get himself positioned for the corkscrew. But looks like Swan Jink may have compromised himself at the exit here. Wicked just immediately slingshots his way through the rainy curve and kicked away P2 just like that. That was such a brilliant move to witness. But now only one thing stands between him and first place, and that's going to be Mior Muhammad Hafiz.
And that's something that they really, really have to be aware of, mainly because that if they do not take into excuse me, if are not aware of these particular situations and they are not aware of the overtake opportunities that is present for some of the races, they may lose their position if they are not wary of the amount of pressure that is being put by some of these other races. We do see that the top three standings have changed by quite a bit. It is going to be Mio in car number 9, holding on to P1. Wicked in car number 28 in position number 2. Schwan in car number 2 in position number 3. And Hakim in position number 4, car number 17. With Taj Ayman falling to position number 5. Is there any opportunities for some of these races to basically be able to catch up heading on to the next 8 laps? Because we do see that opportunities for them to take over, to overtake is getting slimmer and slimmer as the races go on, Victor.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much not quite there. I think for Touch Ayman because unfortunately, even though he pushed really hard in that first stint here by trying to stay out on the soft tires for quite a long time, he's actually compromised his positioning here coming into this point here. And Bjorn now he's going to be coming into the pits again to switch out his tires. So the thing is, that's going to basically hand Roykit the lead here. Swan Jing going to be coming in as well. He was on the medium tires, and like I think he's definitely already run his course on that. So he's going to have to take one for take a few positional drops here. Taj Ayman is going to be upgraded into third place now, given the standings, but Hakim is still going to be ahead of him coming out on lap number 12 here. Wicked still going to be leading a race, and it's going to be leading it by quite a country mile, I think. Can't quite see the splits here, but again, Taj Ayman, though, him deciding to stay out on the soft tires for such a long stint there, I think it's already kind of compromised his battle here for first place. Although, looks like a little bit of obstruction on track here. Jen Ye unfortunately had made a mistake here on the corkscrew. Again, not something I would blame him for because the thing about why the corkscrew is such a difficult corner to tackle is that it's not only such a dead drop, the drop is so steep that sometimes you can't actually see the exit of the corner before it's too late. You kind of have to already predict where you're going to where you're going to brake for the corner before you can actually see where the corner is. So a bit unfortunate for Chen Ye there. He's going to that's going to drop him all the way to the bottom of the grid here, and that maybe actually could be a good setup for the next race though, because again, the format that we're going to be running here in this online challenge is that the first race is going to be run by a normal qualifying session. The second race is going to be run in a reverse grid. So by virtue of that, Chen Ye, if he does finish in P10, he might actually set himself in a good position for race number 2.
Well, one thing that we do need to take into consideration, Victor, is the consistency, and I do believe that consistency across all 4 races is what is needed for a lot of these races to walk away with a slice of that 3,000 ringgit prize pool that awaits them, and not only that, the bragging right that follows with that cash prize. So I do believe with that prize pool, so it is going to be very, very evident for a lot of these players to actually be very, very aware of how consistent they are across all four tracks. And they also have to take into consideration that the format has changed by quite a bit compared to the last Toyota Gazoo Racing challenge that we have commentated on in the past, where we have seen it is going to be differences of maybe track or maybe the similar track across maybe 10 races. Now we are seeing 4 different tracks with 4 different vehicles, and one of them is going to be a rally track, if I'm not mistaken. So that is going to add a different layer of challenge for a lot of these races heading forward, Victor. And what are your thoughts on this new format, basically, for a lot of these races? Does create a little bit of dynamic competition between the more dominant races heading forward.
Well, I would love to answer that, but right now I'm witnessing a 3-way battle going on for P4 now between Haziq, Hakim, as well as Swan Jing. Swan Jing, who is now currently in P4 now, is just saw Hakim pass Haziq right behind him, and now Hakim is going to be setting his sights onto Swan Jing. And look at that, just taking the outside line out of the corkscrew again. That corkscrew corner, if you don't get your exits right there, unfortunately, you're going to be leaving yourself completely exposed there. And Hakim just went for it, took the opportunity, got a really good exit out, and he stays ahead of the pack here coming into the final corner. And Haziq, unfortunately, is going to be slipping back quite a bit. Swan Jing, though, he's going to try to use this straight here, to try to gain his slipstream, and hopefully that's going to allow him to stay close to him coming into Sector 2, because the counter-attack here, unfortunately, can only happen at the corkscrew corner. So Swan Jing's job here is just going to be to try to stay as close as Hakim as possible and try to get a good exit out of the corkscrew's corner. So, but to kind of answer your question from earlier, though, the reverse grid format basically makes it so that even the slower drivers will actually have an opportunity to actually fight for points, and this can be crucial, especially in some of the tracks here, like. Later on, we're going to be having a formula race. This is going to be race number 4, and it's going to come right after a rally race. So the thing is that even if you're not going to be able to fight for the points on the current race, you can actually start thinking about how you're going to position yourself for the second race here, especially when you're trying to fight for individual points. But of course, taking the win here, especially with the current points format, is definitely much more important, and hopefully we're going to be able to see some of these drivers, have quite a close championship battle here. Though the battle is probably not as close as what Rit1 and Kachun is pulling off here. Just Rit1 just casually passing him at the Rahal straight before even the corkscrew, just not giving Kachun any chance at all to try to defend his position. So Rit1 coming up into P7 right after that move.
Beautifully done here, being shown as we are about to complete our 14th lap of today. So of race number one, excuse me. So I do believe that there is going to be the final four laps that is going to be waiting for some of these drivers. So this is going to be very interesting indeed here, mainly because that the sense of urgency is definitely going to be building up for a lot of the mid-tier to lower mid position and lower position drivers. But like you said beforehand, the reverse grid definitely allows some of the slower drivers that have had a very lackluster performance in a round number one to be able to catch up in round number two. So there is going to be an interesting factor here moving forward, mainly because of the reverse grid being in factor here. When you are not able to basically catch up in this particular situation, then staying in the middle of the pack or trying to stay close towards the lower bottom half of the entire position could actually prove beneficial for you heading into the second race. However, it is paramount that you walk away with that top spot, with that big point lead, Victor.
Yeah, so again, the wins are still very, very important given the weightage of the points here. So that's definitely going to be on Woikit's mind as he's currently trailing in P3 there after the second round of pit stops. Mior Hafiz now is the next target in line here. Woikit wants at least in terms of the championship battle, try to stay as close to these guys as possible, and just if he's going to be able to battle Mior for that P2 position, that should at least ensure that he has quite a bit of a buffer to work with as this championship progresses. And to your point as well about the point system, creating some interesting situations for the championship battle. Race number three, which is going to be on a rally stage here, is going to throw some of these drivers for a loop because uh, not the fact that they're going to have to race on a dirt track is certainly a different style of driving that I'm hoping that these drivers will be able to adapt to because the skill set required for these drivers to be fast on the dirt is quite different than trying to be fast on the circuit. And that third race there is definitely going to throw quite a bit of a wild card as far as the championship situation is concerned, because the positions on that is going to determine the grid for the following race, which is going to be a Formula race using the Toyota Formula Japan car. So that's something to look forward to as the day progresses here. But for now, Woikit is slowly but surely closing the gap between him and Mior. So it's only a matter of time now before he's going to start making the moves, keeping himself close to the slipstream of Mior as possible. He's definitely setting his sights on trying to make a move here when he gets to that second sector going into the corkscrew.
Two more laps remaining for them, and it seems that Taj Ayman will be able to claw his way up from a fifth or sixth spot, if I'm not mistaken, all the way to first spot. Mir as well is going to be still maintaining their second spot, with Wicket being one of the biggest climbers here from, I think, position number 5, if I'm not mistaken, is now enjoying third spot here in a car number 28. Hakim, Shwan, Hazik, Ridwan, and Kachun are going to be our bottom half of the leaderboards, and I do believe that the fastest time, the fastest lap, has been set by Wicket with a time of 1 minute and 28 seconds, which I believe is really, really good indeed. And we do hope that the amount of pressure that is being experienced from the side of Mior will not cause him to cave in here, as Wicket right now looking towards creating an opportunity for himself. A little bit of aggression here coming into Wicket as he is heading towards the top of the ramp. Oh, could it be an opportunity for Wicket? No, it seems that the door is closed, but he still is very much determined to throw the second place spot off a balance here in the form of Mior in car number 9. So there is a hint of white in the rearview mirror of the side of Mior here, as Wicket in the white looking to pressing. Oh, this could be an opportunity for the side of Wicket here, and could this be the steal away from Wicket? And it's going to be second place, but could he hold on to it for any longer here as he heads onto the second turn? The Andretti hairpin. This is going to be a dreaded opportunity for the side of Wicket here, as he is going to be stealing away that second spot from the side of Mior. A semblance of dread for the side of Mior, as he was holding on to his position relatively well, but it seems that the patience as well, the determination and grit that was coming in from Wicket paid off in dividends here, as Mior has been bumped down towards third position.
I have to say, like looking at the final sector between Mior and Wicket, like Mior actually did really well to defend coming out at the exit of the corkscrew. The problem is, I think he went a little too wide at the exit of the final corner there, just trying to defend against Woikit's advances here because Woikit was sticking so close with Muir throughout that final sector there that Muir had compromised his line coming out in that final corner. So that just basically opened the door for Woikit to just undercut him on the exit, and that basically allowed him to pass him by the time they got onto the straight. So well done there for Woikit. Taking second place here is certainly going to put himself in a good position on championship board. But Touch Ayman is still going to be leading the race by quite a bit actually. Looks like pulling off the longest stint may have actually worked out for him in the long run here. Because Woikit, I don't quite see what the gap position is between Woikit and Touch Ayman, but no doubt Woikit is certainly making some really good moves here just in the opening race of this TGR Online Challenge.
And I do believe that that is definitely going to play into a lot of advantages for them. And it definitely is the strong suit for the side of Wicked to basically take advantage of that particular situation. However, we are going to be watching on the side of Irwadi here, pressing on to Kachun, and it seems that there could be an opportunity for Irwadi to steal it away, and beautifully done there, coming in from Irwadi to steal it away from Kachun. But I see that Kachun right now looking to return the favor, but could it be a little too late here, as we are going to be heading into our final lap relatively soon, as we are heading into that long straight, into that start finish line before heading to the first turn and to the dirty hairpin. Looks like Irwadi is going to create as much space as he can between himself and Kachun, Victor.
Yeah, frankly, I think it's Kachun's pace has already dropped off way significantly, especially towards the end of this race here. We are on the final lap here, so the thing is that by this point, especially those drivers who's got out on longer stints here, their tires going to be suffering quite a bit. And it looks like Taj Ayman has about a 7-second gap there, so he's already starting to creep up to the back markers here. The checker flag is out, so Taj Ayman will win that first race. Wicked will be following behind him, kicking second place. That's going to be Nior coming in third. And that's going to be your top three here for Laguna Seca. Hakim coming in fourth place now. He's going to be taking that checker flag. He's going to have to slow down a bit to get rid of that penalty because, again, you don't want to finish the race with a penalty. Otherwise, you're going to drop down that list very quickly. Then we got Swan Jake now coming in to take P5. And Hazik now coming across the final corner there to take the checker flag will be in P6.
Beautifully done for a lot of these drivers here, as Hazik will be able to score that sixth position. It is going to be Ridwan, Irwadi, and Kachun that are going to be making up our final few drivers here in their respective position, with the faster lap time in for the side of Wui Kit at 1 minute and 26 seconds, if I'm not mistaken. And Jenya is going to be our final racer to cross the finish line here, as we have headed into a very big victory for him in Laguna Seca. Very well done from all of our sim racers here today, Victor.
Yeah. So one thing for all of our audience at home to kind of take note of is that the results should be treated as provisional for now, because after this, we're going to be taking a break, and in that time, the stewards are going to be reviewing some of the protests that are going to be coming in from the drivers. So there may be some penalties doled out. It depends on what the situation is. Hopefully, that wouldn't happen too much, so we're going to be able to stick with the results that we're seeing on screen here. But again, the final confirmation for this will only happen after the break.
Yeah, and we will consider showing. Excuse me. We will continue to show you guys as much of the results as we can, but only after the protest. Mainly because that we do not want to be giving you an information and then it just changes up. So we want to give you the finalized information. But then again, there's still going to be, like how Victor has just said, that there is going to be changes within the results, considering that protests are going to come into play during the break time. So we are going to go on a 10-minute break after this. But moving forward here, Victor, what other stray observations have you made in race number 1, and what kind of will those observations carry on to race number 2?
Okay, so the thing is, Woykit finished in second place here, and if he keeps that position, that means that when we come into race two, where it's going to be reverse grid, Woykit is actually going to be starting in front of Touch Ayman. Now, this is going to create an interesting thing here because if Woykit can actually show that he can actually stay in front of Touch Ayman throughout race two, that should certainly guarantee that he will be able to creep up in the championship standings when it comes to points, especially if Woykit somehow is going to be able to take the win in race two. But that still remains to be seen. So we're going to be seeing that hopefully pretty soon after once we get started into race two.
And I'm looking forward to that. And I hope that you guys who have stayed with us from the beginning of race number one are looking forward to that as well. For those of you who just joined us, we would like to apologize as race number one has been done and dusted, and everything is in the books in terms of times as well as the winners. Stay tuned for race number two as we head into the Red Bull Ring right after this. Don't you dare go anywhere.
In my life, got the drive like never before. If you wanna feel alright, inspiration is your mind. Gotta excite your daily life. In my life, got the drive as never before. Yeah, they tell me that I got ambition.
I got ambition.
Hard work is just a definition.
The definition.
You know I gotta make my mission.
In my life, got the drive as never before. Give everything I got with all I do. When motivation's there, I gotta move. Because I love my life, I'm all about the drive. It's never before. It's never before. It's never before. Yeah.
As never before. As never before. As never before. Never before.
So you wanna feel alright? Inspiration hits your mind. Gotta excite your daily life.
In my life, got the drive as never before. As never before. As never before. In my life, got the drive as
Never before.
We've always pushed the limits to make ever better cars, to never stop innovating, to learn from the toughest challenges under the most extreme conditions. In these extraordinary times, we continue to learn about our people, our friends, our family. When this is over, we will all be closer, and together we will be back, faster and stronger than ever before. Toyota Gazoo Racing, pushing the limits for better.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages. This is the Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Esports Championship 2019, brought to you by UMW Toyota Malaysia and Co Esports. It is going to be 70,000 ringgit prize pool that's up for grabs. It is racing!
With Ross Ryan having a very good start there. He's going to be starting on the front of the grid right now, pushing towards the end there. They're going to have to break hard.
They're going to be gonna get pedal to metal, but it looks like he's going to through it. It's not No! Will Rio be able to make it though? He's still at the 0.1 seconds. He will come across the line. Will he make it? No!
He lost it, man.
657 total racers have fought against each other, and now it's time to separate the chaff from the wheat, and it's going to be something of an interesting day.
These five will potentially be your grand finalists. Going up alongside your Habita. He's going for it. He's going for the win. He's going to go for the level to retire. What a race that is going to the end. Alvin was able to get second place based on the slowdown from the end.
Toyota, all about the drive.
In my life, got the drive like never before. If you wanna feel alright, inspiration is your mind. Gotta excite your daily life. In my life, got the drive as never before.
Yeah, they tell me that I got ambition.
I got ambition.
Hard work is just the definition.
The definition.
You know I gotta make my mission.
In my life, got the drive as never before.
Give everything I got with all I do. When motivation's there, I gotta move. Because I love my life, I'm all about the drive. As never before.
As never before. As never before. As never before. Never before.
So you wanna feel alright? Inspiration hits your mind. Gotta excite your daily life.
In my life, got the drive as never before. As never before. As never before. In my life, got the drive as
Never before.
good result here, along with Freedom Hole finishing ahead.
We've always pushed the limits to make ever better cars, to never stop innovating, to learn from the toughest challenges under the most extreme conditions. In these extraordinary times, we continue to learn about our people, our friends, our family. When this is over,
And welcome back to the Toyota Gazoo Racing Online Challenge, where we have invited the top 10 sim racers from across Malaysia. They will be racing not only for bragging rights, but also for a share of the 3,000 ringgit prize pool. Before we begin, we'd like to thank our organizer, Toyota Malaysia, our sponsors, Toyo Tires, Denso, Toyota Racing Development, as well as our event partners, NK, Drive, Energy Drink, and of course, Motis. Welcome back with me, Nick Harris, alongside Victor Ang, who are going to serve as your commentary team for race number 2 here at the Toyota Gazoo Racing Online Challenge. Welcome back, Victor. It's great to have you back, and hope that 10-minute time, that 10-minute break was sufficient enough for all the protests to be done and dusted, and we already have the tabulated score. So, Victor, what did you bring for us here?
What do I bring for you guys? I mean, I'm also waiting for the results here, so let's see what the results are going to be. Well, 10 minutes break was definitely enough for them to tabulate points, and yep, looks like Touch is going to stay in P1, so he takes away the maximum amount of points, 25 points here. Low Wicket will be taking 18 points. Mir Muhammad Hafiz will be taking 15. Hakim taking 12. Muswan Ching taking 10. So it looks like there hasn't been any changes in positioning as far as it looks like. So looks like the finishing results at race number 1 still maintains for now. But then we're going to be going into race 2 very, very soon. So some special mentions here. We're going to be where Iwadi is. Iwadi, who remember was fighting for P5, got dropped all the way to the back here. He at least managed to climb back up to P8. That's going to allow him to take 4 points in the championship. So little consolation prize, but certainly he's going to be thinking a lot about this second race because, again, race number 2 is going to be run in a reverse grid. So the finishing positions of race number 1 determines the starting positions for race number 2. So Chao Jin Ye is going to be starting in P1. Daniel Boone will be starting in P2. And then Irwadi is going to be starting in P3. So it looks like we're going to be going into the Red Bull Ring. They're going to be racing in the Toyota TS030 Hybrid, which is the version of the LMP Le Mans car. So this is going to be very, very interesting here because the Toyota TS030 is designed for top speed as well as maneuverability, and this is certainly going to suit the car very, very well, given the Red Bull Ring is generally a very fast track. So fast, in fact, that a single lap on the Red Bull Ring is actually it's actually very, very short. So you're going to be seeing a lot of these drivers just go across the line very, very frequently. And hopefully, given that they're going to be driving a hybrid LMP car, that they're also going to be able to manage not only the tires but also the battery levels. So looks like we're going to be taking a flying lap through, so you can see the beautiful Toyota TS030 coming across it. The first turn there, it's going to be uphill, a little bit blind on the exit, but drivers are able to attack it very aggressively, just like this driver has done here. It's going to be able to get a good exit out into the next in the next straight. Then going to be coming into turn number 2. This is a little bit of a medium low speed corner that's going to force the drivers to slow down quite a bit before inevitably they're going to have to reaccelerate again into turn 3. So now it's going to be this section here is going to be very much one of control here because the exit coming out of turn number 4 here, they're going to have to modulate their throttle response quite well here because they're going to have to set themselves up for this next section here where they're going to be going through 2 apexes before finally culminating into the chicane, where I think very likely a lot of drivers are going to attempt to make some moves around that point. And finally going to be coming into the final sector very soon. The here are very, very fast, very, very tight, and drivers have to be very, very precise in how they judge their lines here. But if they just nearly just right, they should be able to come across the line with a blistering fast lap time.
Very interesting breakdown there, Victor. Thank you very much for your technical expertise. What's really important to note here for the Red Bull Ring is mainly the amount of turns that they have, which is about 8 turns in total, with a lot of long straights, which definitely gives a lot of, which definitely gives highlight towards the acceleration, the speed, and the dexterity that the Toyota TS030 hybrid brings to the table. And I believe that the potential of the vehicle will definitely be realized in a track like the Red Bull Ring. Definitely going to be very interesting to see how some of these races are going to be adjusting with the change of vehicle. And it does add a very interesting dynamics here, because when you change your vehicle, it does add a little bit more dynamics in terms of how they're going to be attacking some of the chicanes, how they're going to be attacking some of these turns. And in terms of the Red Bull Ring, it does allow quite a bit of max speed overtakes, and the amount of space that they have between themselves, to overtake is definitely evident in the long straights. But heading into some of the sharp turns, like the turns number 2 and the 5th and 6th turn here, as well as the 4th turn for the Red Bull Ring, definitely allows for some really interesting situations where aggressive driving could be rewarded. In terms of what you have observed for the Red Bull Ring thus far, uh, in terms of the Red Bull Ring, what do you think? Where do you think we're going to see most of the action take place, Victor?
uh, Overtaking moves like they're still going to be most likely in the second sector. Like again, that's where the speed of the cars will just slow down a little bit more. There's a little bit more precise driving to be had here, especially around Rouch and Worth Curve, which is turns 4 and 5. So the thing is that the exit coming out there towards the final sector is definitely going to be the point where most of the drivers will try to make their overtaking moves. It's a very long straight before they're going to have to brake for the final 2 turns, so that if they are able to set themselves right in the second sector, they should be able to get a good overtaking opportunity by the time they reach the final corner. So, but the other thing to note over here is that, compared to race number 1, where they're racing on the Supra, the 2020 Supras, the Toyota TS 030 hybrid actually has a lot more downforce, and that's going to help a lot, especially attacking some of the higher speed sections here in the Red Bull Ring. And this also means that they pretty much will be able to use that to their advantage, especially through the medium speed corners where they can start getting on the gas a little bit earlier. They can actually carry a lot more momentum through the corners. And certainly on a track like the Red Bull Ring, that's pretty much your MO in order to be able to get a good flying lap here, especially during qualifying.
Beautifully broken down for us by my wonderful co-caster Victor Ang, and I do believe that there is going to be quite an interesting amount of drama here, considering that the high speeds could actually create a very interesting atmosphere for a lot of these drivers, considering that race number 1 did reveal quite a bit of interesting aggressive driving from some of these sim races. And I do believe that heading into the Red Bull Ring, it does create an element of danger, I suppose, for some of these drivers in quite a bit of risk, especially heading into these really sharp turns. Victor, do you agree with me on that?
Well, I mean, the thing is that the Red Bull Ring has been notorious, especially during this recent F1 season, of having very aggressive curbs. I'm not sure how that's going to be replicated in the Gran Turismo Sport version of the Red Bull Ring, but certainly if that is represented in this game here, that does mean that going over the curbs will actually have a tendency to kind of throw your car into a bit of situations where it might actually go off balance, because aggressive curves basically means that your cars wouldn't be able to get maximum traction, especially on the entries as well as the exit of the corners. So this means that drivers will have to be very careful in how much they decide to cut the corners, not say cut the corners, but actually how much of the track space they want to try to utilize here, because ideally they want to stay on the just stay off the curves as much as possible, but again, the thing is that in Gran Turismo Sport, I don't know if the curbs are that aggressive. If it isn't, that means that we're going to be seeing a lot of these drivers, use that to their advantage, just constantly keeping 2 sets of tires off the asphalt and actually try to get a much a much wider line to just keep their top speed pretty high through most of these corners.
Is it Is it fair to say that compared to Laguna Seca, the race line for Red Bull Ring allows a little bit more in terms of space, or could we see a little bit more of a tighter formation of vehicles trying to attack some of these race lines heading into the Red Bull Ring, Victor?
I think yeah, I think given the type of car we're gonna have, we're definitely gonna see a lot more like tighter, like less variation. I think compared in the racing lines because unlike the Supras, again, like I said, there's a lot more aerodynamics with this car, a lot more downforce that the drivers will utilize. But that means that the ideal racing line is everyone's just going to follow that as much as possible. You know, they're not going to try to deviate too much for that. But I think what's going to be interesting to see is how they're going to be able to utilize the slipstreams in here. Because again, given the higher amount of downforce, they can certainly find a lot more grip than they normally would with the Supra, which means that if they are able to actually time their braking points pretty right, they should be able to get a much tighter turning circle, and that should actually allow them to set up much better like exits coming out of certain corners like Remus or like Schloss Gold. But yeah, so but basically, I think like the way you're going to be driving on this track is going to be very different compared to race one, and I'm going to be interested to see how some of the drivers here, especially some of the newer guys, are going to be able to tackle this challenge here because it's certainly, while it's not like a completely different thing, it's still enough of a variation that you have to kind of like suit. You have to kind of change your driving style to kind of suit this condition.
In terms of your prediction for early pitters, are we going to see more early pitters like we did for Laguna Seca, or are we going to see people? We're going to see more of our racers basically pit a little bit more towards the mid stages of the race, judging from what you've seen thus far, Victor.
Well, it's going to be a bit hard for me to say for sure, but what I can tell you though is that race number two is going to have a higher rate of simulation for the tire wear. They're going from 9x in race one to 12x. But given that Red Bull Ring is generally quite fast, I'm not too sure how this is going to affect their tire wear. We're pretty sure that we're only going to find out once we actually get into the race. But I think like it's quite likely that most of these drivers are going to go for two stop strategies that we saw in race one because it seems like being able to pull out long stints is no longer a desire. Sorry, being able to keep the tires pulling for beyond their stint is no longer a valid strategy here in Gran Turismo Sport. So now the tire wear is definitely going to be a big factor in their mind once they actually are once they're actually starting to strategize on when and where they're going to pit.
Well, speed and dexterity is what the Toyota TS030 hybrid is known for. So do you believe that with that added speed, as well as considering that fuel consumption is going to be an issue here, considering that the more they accelerate on it, the more fuel consumption that they're going to take in, is it going to basically be the signifier for more pit stops for some of these players? Or do you feel that one pit stop is going to suffice in this entire race as we are gearing up for our round two qualifiers, Victor?
I don't think that the one pit stop thing will work here necessarily because again the tire wear setting is quite high. So I'm still thinking that most of these drivers will still go for the two pit stop strategy. So the question is only like, are they going to be able to keep up a good pace with the medium and hard compounds, or do they still have to stick to the soft compounds in order to keep up with the rest of the field? So that's still the kind of thing that I think will only start to show itself once we actually get into the qualifying session and actually get into the race. But another thing to kind of consider as well is that given that this is going to be reverse grid, that means that a lot of drivers will be a little bit more aggressive, I think, going into turn one because they really want to try to make up as much position as they can, especially those that are going to be in the back of the pack. So we're going to be seeing how it will unfold here. We're going to be going into the qualifying very, very soon. So we're now in the lobby, and the drivers are just going to be warming up a little bit, just getting themselves familiarized with the car's handling, as well as what they have to watch out for as far as the track's concerned in this race.
Considering the size of the vehicle here of the Toyota TS030 hybrid, I mean, we did see quite a more ergonomical design for the Toyota GR Supra RZ 2020. So do you feel that that's going to play into factor here moving forward?
It's quite funny that you say it's large because the car is actually kind of small. Like the car is only about the same size as the Supra. It only looks huge because of the way that the bodywork is built. But if you look at the tires there, the tires are actually quite big in proportion with the rest of the car. So if you actually see real world pictures of this car, it's actually very, very small. You'll be surprised when you see it in person.
Yeah, I do believe that I was a little bit thrown off by the projection of it, but we are gonna go underway here, and it's going to be lights out and a full throttle in a few more seconds as we do hear the revs of the engines, and they are gonna get ready here. Ladies and gentlemen, there we go, and it's lights off and flag out as we see the race has begun, and we do see quite a bit of collision here pretty early on, a little bit of force out of the way here, as we do see some of these races are going to be starting off very aggressively and very high speeds, and it goes to show that we did predict it quite right. It is going to be a very high pace, high adrenaline race right out of the first Niki Lauda curve. It is going to be a fairly long straight with a slight curve, a slight bend at the end just before the Remus turn at the second turn of the entire track. So it is going to be quite high speed before they have to brake quite hard heading into the Remus turn before going onto the Schwarzkopf.
Yeah, so the drivers still, you're starting to see they're starting to spread out a little bit here, and again, this is the consequence of the track being so fast that you really have to really step on it, or at least get into the slipstream here. You want to have any chance. But I have to say, Irwadi had such a good start there. Like he was literally slingshotting his way through the front row at the start of the race there, and that definitely putting himself in a really good position to try to defend this lead here. So now only Kachun is going to be close behind him, Ritwan right behind him, as we're going to be going across the line here. So 1, 2, and 3. Fourth place going to be by Swanjing, fifth place by Hazik. Then we'll see who's going to be in sixth place. So the thing is that now at this point, it's all going to be about management. It's going to be how well you're going to be able to manage your tires. You're not necessarily going to be able to find situations where you can creep up to them easily unless you're on a much better tire strategy compared to your rival.
And that's going to be very interesting indeed, as they are going to be heading off towards the next turn. And before that, there is going to be quite a bit of straights here before they head into the Schwarzkopf as well as Route and Worth curve. And that's going to be very interesting indeed, as it is going to build up quite a bit of speed here. And they may have to be very, very wary of the acceleration. Oh, a little bit of collision there coming in from towards Hakim from Taj Ayman. A little bit of a love tap there pretty early on from Taj Ayman towards Hakim, but it is not going to come into detriment towards Hakim. However, Taj Ayman will have to check his collision pretty much heading forward here, as we do see that Irwadi as well as Kachun, Ridwan, Schwan, and Wicked are going to be making up our top 5, whereas it's going to be Hazik, Amir, and Hakim that are going to be fighting off. We don't see that much of separation of distance between a lot of these drivers. However, we do see Irwadi right now looking towards getting a big lead forward here, as Hazik at 6th position right now, trying to catch up between himself and Schwan and Wicked that are ahead of him. And there could be a fight here between Schwan and Wicked for position number 4 here, as Wicked is adding a little bit of pressure towards Schwan moving forward.
Yeah, I remember Wicked started second last from the grid there, given that he finished in second in the first race. So the fact that he's already able to climb up to P5 is quite impressive on its own. But then the main thing that I think Wicked is looking at here is he wants to build up as much distance as he can from Taj Ayman. I don't actually see where he is on the leaderboard here. I'm assuming he's still at the back of the pack there, somewhere around P9 or P10. But that certainly means that the higher up that the Wicked is going to be able to finish, the better chances of him actually catching up to Taj in the championship points right now, because I think they're only separated by, was it about 7 points? So I'm pretty sure that if Taj Ayman is not going to be able to make up any more places here, especially given the fact that he actually has Muir in front of him, he's going to be having a hard time trying to defend this championship going into race 3.
And that's going to be very interesting indeed here. It could be rather detrimental towards his point lead as we are heading forward. We do see that there is quite a bit of stiff competition between a lot of these drivers here, but we do see that there is going to be quite a distance that is being built up towards our top 3 leaders here. With the amount of distance between themselves, I do believe that there is going to be a very interesting amount of weight that's going to be put on to the pit stops that you have mentioned during our breakdown of the track, that could actually play into some of the leads and the distance being closed up here. And considering that two pit stops are going to be in order here, considering that we are heading with 5 more laps compared to the 19 laps that we face in Laguna Seca, it does foreshadow a little bit of urgency in terms of the pit timings that they have to put into consideration. And it seems that our second place leader here, Kachun, has taken in a rather interesting penalty here. I'm not entirely sure how much time penalty that he is going to be facing, but
It's
he has
a 1
to shave
second.
off. Excuse me?
Yeah, it looks like it was 1 second penalty. I think it must have cut the track at some point, and that's going to spell some trouble for him for sure, because Ridwan is very, very close behind him. If Kachun has to remove that penalty before the end of the race there, so he's going to have to think very carefully about where he wants to try to get rid of that. But I think he's definitely feeling a lot of pressure there from Ridwan from behind. In the meantime, Hazik, though, he's starting to try to make some moves here onto Swan Jing, but again, the Red Bull Ring has a lot of straights here, so most of the time he's going to try to just use a slipstream here and try to hopefully set himself for a good exit. But Swan Jing, though, he's been doing pretty well to defend here, actually blocking up Hazik, preventing him from being able to get past. I just wonder if Swan Jing is actually on a harder compound. I can't quite tell from the telemetry, the HUD over here, what tire compound they're using here. I'm suspecting that Swan Jing is using a slightly harder compound, hopefully try to get a longer stint out. But unfortunately, this leaves him very open to attack from other drivers who are using softer compounds. So I'm not sure if that's a case to be entirely fair here, because I can't actually see what their tire compound is. But certainly Swan Jing's pace is certainly not up to par when you compare him against Hazik, who is chasing very closely behind him.
Hazik definitely going to be enjoying quite a bit of pressure here, but we are going to be looking at Kachun, and it seems that the penalties has been shaved off from him, and I think it was done in a relatively quick and efficient fashion.
I wouldn't say efficient because like Ridwan has already gone past him, so I think like him getting rid of that penalty there, or maybe making a mistake, as we saw before we cut away, probably has dropped him down. In fact, Wicked now is already up into P3. He's already setting himself on a podium position there. So man, oh man, I think Wicked is in a really good place here to try to take the championship lead.
Very, very good indeed for Wicked and his aspirations for gold here. But standing in his way is going to be Ridwan and Irwadi. So it is going to be very interesting to see whether or not Irwadi and Ridwan will be able to form a barrier against, Ridwan will form the barrier. But it seems that the space between Irwadi and Ridwan is definitely very, very big compared to the space between Ridwan and Wicked. So Wicked could actually create a few opportunities depending on the timing of the pit that's coming in for the top 3 for the first and second position. We do see that Kachun as well as Xuan right now are going to be fighting off against each other, and I do think that I do believe that we are going to be observing from the side of car number 47 in the form of Hazik right now, trying his best, level best to add a little bit of pressure here, but we do see that the space between them and these spots. Oh my goodness, and it seems that a little bit of a collision there has thrown Hazik off the course here, and you see the yellow flags have been waved off, but it seems that is going to be short-lived here, as he will be able to recover back onto the track.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was a collision or maybe he spun out, stuttering out of the final corner, because again, the final 2 corners at the Red Bull Ring are actually quite high speed, so it can be very easy for you to lose your balance on the exit of the final quarter, especially if you're really trying to push for an early exit towards the straight. So I wouldn't be surprised if that was what happened to Hakim there, but definitely a bit of a shame there, because like he definitely got stranded for quite a long time, and that certainly has affected his positioning there. He's all the way down into P9 and pretty much out of it, I think, for the rest of this race.
And that's very interesting indeed here, as we are going to be watching for the side of Mior. He is going to try his level best to climb up as much as he can from positions 7th position. But it seems that there is going to be penalties across here, with Mior experiencing a 0.9 second penalty, as well as Hakim in car number 17 with a 1.9 second penalty that is going to be rather detrimental in him holding on to his position. We'll try to see whether or not he'll be able to shave off that penalty time efficiently, and it seems that Muir has been able to shave off at least 0.1 of the second away from his penalty time, and this little shaves off the penalty could actually pay quite a bit here, and it seems that the penalties are going to be shaved. The penalty time that Muir is going to experience is going to be shaved off. So Hakim will have to shave off a little bit more time here. He has about 1.1 second of time to shave off, so he has to be very, very wary on those timings and where he wants to shave off those penalties here, and has to be very wary that he doesn't break at the wrong times to basically get himself on the wrong side of the rule books here today.
Yeah, so that's the kind of thing that sim drivers who are new to the game of Gran Turismo Sport have to kind of learn. Is like the penalty system in this game is kind of unique compared to other games. So the thing is that you can shave off your penalty if you slow down your car a little bit more, and some drivers have found that it's a very good and efficient way to shave off time by braking a little bit harder earlier in the braking points, and that means that pretty much you don't have to compromise your racing line too much. You just have to slow yourself a little bit, and that if you can modulate that well, you can actually shave off 1 to 2/10 of a second off of your penalty time, and eventually eliminating completely, just like what Muir has done here in this race. Now, Swan Jing, though, has already climbed himself back up into P3, given that there's some drivers going into the pits there. He tried to make a move there against Ka Chun, and looks like ghosting is actually active on this race here, which is kind of surprising, but Swan Jing definitely has used that to his advantage there to get into P2, and now he's going to be able to try to climb his way up here to try to maybe bring a fight here to Ridwan, but Ridwan is like 9 seconds ahead of him. So I think Swan Jing's game plan here is probably going to be to try and build as much of a gap as possible while he still has the pace in his hands.
Yeah, and that's definitely something that he has to take advantage of, as Ka Chun right now is trying to stay in pace with Schwan here, as we do see that Irwadi is also putting in quite a bit of pressure onto him, and it seems that the gap between Schwan as well as Ka Chun is getting bigger and bigger. We do see Touch Ayman right now, the winner, if I'm not mistaken, from the Laguna Seca race, is struggling in the middle of the pack here, and it seems that Wicked as well as Wicked is going to be putting in quite a bit of pressure onto him, and this could be very interesting indeed. As Touch Ayman there, I think he has almost lost another position here, as Wicked was able to take away position number 6 away from Touch Ayman.
I think Wicked was just basically flexing on Touch Ayman there, because Wicked, of course, had taken a pit stop there, so he's definitely running on a fresher set of tires. Touch Ayman, though, like, I think he stayed out on his stint quite a bit, so that's why he's struggling a little bit to try to keep up with Wicked there. So the thing is that for Touch, he really has to be able to keep up with Wicked in terms of pace, but unfortunately, I think by the time he goes to take his pit stop here, he will find himself quite lagging behind the current second place in the championship here, which is Loy Wicked. So Loy Wicked now, it looks like he's going to be trying to bring another fight here. This time he's going to be towards Muir, and perhaps also to join in that three-way battle that's now unfolding for P4. Meantime, though, in the front of the grid there, we are seeing Swan Jink facing a bit of pressure behind Irwadi, while Ridwan, our race leader, now is going into the pits to swap out his tires. So Irwadi now just attacking from the inside there, but Swan Jing will not give him any phase at all. He comes across the line still in first place. Irwadi is going to try again, coming into the next turn. He comes in alongside, just goes in deep into the line, and he will take P1 and away from Swan Jing.
And it's very interesting indeed here, as Irwadi will be able to steal it away, and we see a few of our racers right now looking into the pit and pulling into the pit here. Seems that they are going to be stopping in, and I think it was the bottom 3 of our sim racers that are putting in their time into the pit really early on, so it does allow them a little bit of space to cover more ground, and this could be very interesting indeed, as some of these lower three positions could actually create an opportunity for them to maybe overtake position number 6 and 7 in the form of Ridwan and Taj Ayman in cars number 37 and 90 respectively, Victor.
Yeah, so right now we're gonna be riding with Mior and Touch Aiman here. Like Mior, so far he hasn't quite done well in terms of race number one here, so he's definitely looking to try to make up some good points here in race number two. But so far that doesn't look like it has worked out well for him at all. He's still trailing behind Touch Aiman here. He's not doesn't seem to be able to close the gap quite yet, even though they both went in the pits at the same time. So I hope this is not indicative of some trouble from your side on being able to keep up the pace. Meantime, Kanchun coming into the pits now. Let's see what tire compound he's going to be using coming out here. Is he going to be switching to the mediums, or is he going to be sticking with the softs? I think most drivers will probably stick with the softs and just go for a standard two-stop strategy here. Wicked in the meantime, though, he's slowly climbing himself up towards the front of the pack here. He's closing in a Swan Jing, and so it might be a matter of time here before we start to see Wicked make the moves and try to take another higher forward position, or maybe even try to fight for the win, because like that actually is quite a big possibility here given the amount of pace that Wicked is showing throughout this race.
And that's something that they have to be consistent about, the pacing of the entire race. As we are heading into our halfway mark, there are 12 laps left, and those first 12 laps just went by in a breeze, didn't it, Victor?
I mean, that's no surprise. The Red Bull Ring is so fast that a single lap is very, very quick. So that means that drivers pretty much will be coming across the line a lot. And Wicked is just using the opportunity here at the straight to try to get alongside Swan Jing. Can't quite find the inside going into turn one, but he's certainly setting himself up to try to take the inside going to turn two. They are still going to be coming in alongside Wicked, having a much better line here. It's going to be slightly ahead of Swan Jing before the breaking point, but again, Swan Jing is still going to be having the outside here going into the braking, but Wicked just closes it out. There's no way for Swanji to keep up there. Wicked takes P2 here with only on lap 13.
Sean and his attempts will be denied beautifully by Wicked, but how long can Wicked keep this up? Consistency is going to be on the menu here today as we are heading into our 13th lap, and sooner or later are going to be passing off towards our 14th lap, so it's going to be very interesting to see how many more laps can Wicked keep this up. We are going to be looking towards Taj Aiman in car number 90 right now, and it seems that it is going to be quite a big space between him and the fifth position, as Ridwan is looking to create as much space between himself. But also to note is the amount of space between Ridwan and positions number 4, 3, and 2, with Irwadi enjoying first place without much pressure. And I believe that that is going to create a very strong opportunity, a strong lead for Irwadi. And if he were to actually go into the pit at this particular time, we could actually not put his lead that much in threat. So I do in danger, excuse me. So that is going to be very interesting to see whether or not Irwadi will choose this time and this lead for him to be able to take on to actually go into the pit. We do see right now that Taj Aiman right now is slowly climbing back up into the ranks here and is in the middle of the pack. Ridwan is going to be in his view, but it seems that the space between him and Ridwan is very much indeed, as Taj Aiman right now looking towards getting as much speed as he can, trying to push the Toyota TS030 hybrid to its absolute limits here at the Red Bull Ring at the Toyota Gazoo Racing Online Challenge.
So Touch Aiman's job right now is just trying to make sure that he doesn't stay too far behind Wicked here, because again they're separated by 8 points in the championship. Sorry, 7 points in the championship. So the closer that he's going to be able to finish behind Wicked, the less of a chance that Wicked is going to be able to catch away the lead here from Touch Aiman. So it's frankly quite good to see that he's actually able to climb all the way up into I think it was a P4 or P5. So let's see if he's going to be able to climb up even further here. Maybe even a podium finish here will be the best case scenario here for Taj Aiman. In the meantime, though, Hazik, who is hasn't quite been shown on screen for quite a while here. He's been in P9 for quite a while. Unfortunately, I think like his spin out early on in the race there hasn't quite recovered from that. It looks like despite everything that's happened, he's in fact like quite far back the grid here as far as concerned. Mior, though, he hasn't been able to actually make any moves against Touch Ayman, so I'm not too sure if it's maybe a lack of pace, let's say a lack of familiarity with the track, which is contributing to a lack of pace, or maybe is it some other issues that he's facing here. But it's certainly been a bit of a shame to see that Muir is not actually able to keep up with some of the fast guys here in this tournament so far. In any case, Boy Kid coming into the pits, he's going to be switching out his medium tires here. So let's see what tire he's going to be using for this potentially another stint here that he's going to be going for hard tires to try to finish the rest of the race. I'm not sure if hard tires is going to be able to finish the entire stint here, but no, he's going to go straight for soft tires here to try to finish off the stint. So pretty much it's going to be a sprint until the end here for Boykit. But he's going to be coming out in P6, which is just behind Mior. So that's going to be an interesting field to watch here.
And it seems that the changing of positionings here for a lot of these races have created an atmosphere whereby we may see some of these positions switch hands relative towards the times that they choose to get into the pit. So remember, one pit stop is mandatory, but as predicted, coming in from my co-caster Victor, it seems that there is a possibility of 2 pit stops. There is definitely going to be a possibility of 2 pit stops here, and those are going to create opportunities. And depending on the timings of particular pits from some of these races, it is going to create opportunities for some of the lower position guys to actually come back in. Irwadi right now in position number 1 will be back into the pit, as well as Hakim into the pit as well. May they actually change tires, or will they stay within the soft compounds? We shall wait and see. As Ridwan right now holds on and moves past the pit stop here, as he is going to be holding on towards position number 1. And it seems that Irwadi is going to opt out for the medium compound tires, and Hakim in car number 17 is, I think, going to maintain with the soft compound tires heading in to our 17th lap of the race, Victor.
Yeah, so Touch Ayman is currently about 2 places ahead of Wakit. He's currently trying to fight against Irwadi to try to take P2 here, but you have to bear in mind it is probably going to be provisional at this point, because Touch Ayman has yet to go into the pits to get swapping out the other tires. Or maybe is he going to try to stick it out though, because Irwadi actually already has like a nice fresh set of tires here, it looks like. Touch Ayman though, I can't quite see what how his tire situation. Yeah, his tire situation is very, very low here. He probably would have to go into the pits at some point, but he's still able to try to keep up here with Irwadi, which is quite fascinating to see here, because Irwadi, again, using fresh tires, you'd think that he will have much higher pace here, but Taj Ayman is just literally driving the wheels off of that car, just keeping up right behind him, and is actually trying to fight him for that position when inevitably he has to go to the pits. In fact, he just skips the pit lane entirely. He's going to try to go forward to long run here on the stint.
Wow, Touch Ayman definitely pushing the vehicle to its entire limits here, as Irwadi is definitely feeling the pressure. And we do see that our fastest lap is still going to go, our fastest lap is going to go over towards Hakim in car number 17 with a time of 1 minute and 16 seconds thus far. We are going to be looking at position number 3 with Touch Ayman right now. Quite a bit of tire wear has been experienced here, and Irwadi will be able to enjoy quite a bit of a lead here, considering that Touch Ayman will have to consider the amount of wear on his tires moving forward here. We are heading into our 18th lap and about to head into our 19th lap of today. So I do believe that another pit stop could actually be in the books here for some of these races moving forward. However, we do see Touch Ayman right now looking towards just trying his level best to just keep up the pressure onto Irwadi. But we do see that the space between him and Irwadi is definitely closing by quite a bit. But it seems that considering, and it seems that there's going to be a penalty here on the side of Touch Ayman. It's a little bit too much off the track moving forward, and that is definitely going to add to the lead that Irwadi is going to enjoy here. But it seems that Touch Ayman gets second place for some reason.
I think someone in front that pitted just now. I can't see the leaderboard. Yeah, I think the reason why might have gone into the pits there, so that it's actually allowed Touch Iman an inherent P2. So Wadi is still going to be in front of the pack here, and Touch Iman, he's really taking a gamble here. I think if he really wants to try to run these tires to the end of the race here, it does mean that he will be very much open for attack by Mior and Woikit reaching the end here. So this is going to be an interesting thing to see. Is he still going to try to stay out on track here, or is he going to go into the pit stop? Because right now he's in a position where if he is somehow able to keep up his pace here, even though his tires are so worn out, he might actually be able to just suddenly, from the back of the pack, just literally take away the opportunity for Woikit to overtake him in the championship. But again, this is a very big gamble because it really depends on whether or not he can actually keep up the pace until the end of the race. We still have 5 more laps to go. There's still a lot of time for things to happen here. And Touch Iman, nope, he's not going into the pits yet. He's still going to stay in P2.
And that's very interesting indeed here as we are going to be heading forward. We do see Wicked right now adding a little bit of pressure onto the side of Muir in car number 9 and position number 3. We do see Taj Ayman still holding on to that second position here as Muir right now looking towards getting that position Wicked looking towards getting Muir's position away from him, and we do see that the pressure that's coming in from Wicked is just relentless towards the side of Muir. And Muir right now trying his level best to stop and block the advance that's coming in from Wicked, but it seems that Wicked right now has his number here. Could be an opportunity for the side of Wicked to come in. And will we see it? No, it seems that Muir has been pushed off towards position number 4, and it seems that the relentlessness of Wicked has paid off in a big way here today at the Red Bull Ring as we head into lap number 20, Victor.
I think Wicked's pace was already quite high. I mean, we already saw that in the earlier stints from his. So I think like it was just a matter of him just finding the right opportunity where Muir left the door wide open there. He just slipped right through. I mean, there was basically no drama at all in that attack. But now Wicked is in a position now to try to bring the fight to Touch Ayman. And remember, Touch Ayman's tires are very, very worn out. He's taking a huge gamble here by trying to stay out on the stint here. And quite frankly, that's actually opened up an opportunity for Woikit to try to fight against him, and there's a severe disadvantage on Touch Ayman's part because Woikit, his tires are much fresher, his pace is much better, so this is going to be a question of whether or not Touch Ayman can successfully defend the next 3 laps.
Beautifully done here, coming in from Wicked, and it seems that Touch Ayman could be in a bit of trouble here as Wicked right now looking thread the needle. Beautifully done here from left to right, and it seems that there is going to be an opportunity for Wicked to take it away from Touch Ayman, and Touch Ayman being left with us as Wicked advances into position number 2. Beautifully done from the side of Wicked, and Touch Ayman is definitely feeling the heat and the dust in his face as Wicked leaves him behind at position number 3 as Hakim is trailing behind of Touch Ayman.
Yeah, that gamble just did not pay off at all for Touch Ayman. So staying out there, has definitely compromised his pace in the end of it. Even though he is going to be able to finish in the top 5 here, I think that's going to open. He's still going to be very much open for a lot of attack here from some of the other drivers, particularly the guy who's P4 right now. I can't quite see who is that. Yeah, Hakim. He's already creeped up right behind Touch Ayman, so Touch may be in danger of just continually slipping down the ranks here, and again just taking the inside line against Touch Ayman. Oh man, this is so torturous to see here. The gamble, it just really didn't pay off here for Touch Ayman.
Very, very, very painful indeed here for the side of Taj Ayman from position number 2, if I'm not mistaken, dropping down to position number 4. And it seems that all these little mistakes and all this relentlessness that's coming in from some of the opposition towards Taj Ayman is definitely putting his position in jeopardy here. Let's hope that he will be able to mitigate whatever shortcoming that he has faced heading forward here to maintain position number 4. But we do see that the amount of tire wear that's coming in definitely playing a part in terms of his ability not only to just keep the speed but also stay gripped onto the track here as we are moving forward. We do see that there are 2 more laps left behind. Anything can happen in a race here today, Victor, and it seems that as we look at it, there is no place for complacency for some of the sim racers as we are heading into our final few laps.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, just when you think that you are on top of the world right now, just so if you haven't gotten your game plan straightened out going into the race, sometimes situations like these happen where even though you're leading a championship, uh, just by making a decision that just you know. It was a gamble, but admittedly, it was a very risky decision to make, and unfortunately, risky every single wrong decision you make here, that risk just carries forward. And unfortunately for Touch Iman, his decision to not go into the pits here to at least get a good set of tires and hopefully try to fight for a little bit more points in the midfield is definitely compromising his ability to stay ahead of some of the his championship rivals here. So the next person that is probably going to have an opportunity here to try and make an overtake is Mior, but I can't quite see what the gap is between the two. But one thing's for sure, though, Awadi now is starting to see Woykit right behind him in the rearview mirror. So maybe Woykit might be setting up for a battle for the win here, because if he does that, that's going to separate him and our current championship leader by a heck of a lot.
Yeah, and that's something that they have to be very, very wary of here, because if Woykit takes another podium finish, it is going to exacerbate his lead. And this is the final lap here. Woykit is going to definitely enjoy a podium. Definitely going to be enjoying the top three finish here. However, Irwadi standing in his way, as well as Hakim looking towards improving his position. But it seems that the position between himself and Hakim is rather evident. We do see quite a bit of a tight distance here between Wicket and Irwadi, and it seems that Wicket is not going to rest on his laurels or allow Irwadi to feel that sense of complacency here, as Wicket right now is looking to add on pressure heading into the final lap.
Yeah, so Woykit is starting to close the gap here, but given that this is the final lap, there's not many opportunities coming up for him to make an overtake unless he can significantly close that gap by a bit. But quite frankly, even if Woykit just finishes in P2, that already certainly guarantees that he will be taking the lead of the championship uh, for once we go into race three. But look at that, Wicket still keeping creeping up onto Irwadi, just keeping just pushing all the way to the end there. But still, the winner of this race here is going to be car number 97. Irwadi takes the checkered flag. Wicket right behind him. Hakim going to be taking third. Mior coming across the last few corners here. He actually got past Taj Ayman, so it looks like Mior takes P4, Taj Ayman takes fifth, and Swan Jing will take sixth. Ritwan will be coming across the line very soon. He's going to be taking P7. Kachun is going to be in P8. Hazik is going to be in P9, and Jin Ye most likely will round up the rest of the field here in P10.
Very nicely done from all of our sim drivers here, as we are moving forward at the end of round number two, the end of the Red Bull Ring. As we're going to be moving forward, we do see that Hakim in car number 17 will be able to will be able to clock in the best registered time of 1 minute and 16 seconds and 774 seconds over seconds here today. So it is definitely going to be rather interesting to note that I think it was Hakim as well that got the best time for Laguna Seca, if I'm not mistaken. So these are the final positionings for them, and it is going to be a big win for them heading forward here. Definitely going to be interesting to see what the leaderboards are going to be like as we head into race number 3 in a bit, Victor.
Yeah, so race three is also something I'm really looking forward to seeing here, because we've been seeing circuit driving for most of these sim races. This is going to be one of the rare moments we're going to be able to see a dirt track race here, and I'm glad to see that it's going to be in the Toyota Gazoo Racing Online Challenge here, and that's going to certainly throw things in the loop, because for those who aren't too familiar, dirt track racing means that you're not going to have a lot of traction. It means your car's going to be slipping and sliding a lot. And given that they're going to be racing this like a Grand Prix race, that pretty much means that they're going to be facing that situation for almost 20 laps in a row. So it's very, very interesting to see how these drivers are going to adapt, because the way you're going to drive a car on the asphalt versus driving on the dirt is very, very different. You're going to be throwing your car around a lot more. You're going to find that your car will understeer a little bit too much if you just try to take a normal line. So all these kind of factors come together to make race three definitely a really interesting one to watch here, because The thing is about race 3 is that the finishing position of that is going to determine the grid for race number 4, where it's going to be a conventional Grand Prix style race with Formula cars. So this is going to be. I really hope to see that this will open up some interesting situations as far as the championship is concerned. But right now, as things stands with the results right now, I think Woikit is pretty much going to be taking the lead in the championship going to race 3.
Well, what's really interesting to note here is that, as you said, they are going to be heading into a very rally dirt track. So it is going to be interesting. From what I have seen thus far, the circuit is very notable for its numerous jumps and crests. It can throw a lot of vehicles and a lot of our sim drivers off balance. So if they do not have the necessary experience on that particular track, that could actually be the factor that makes our that makes our leaderboards rather interesting and creates how to say, a bit of a spanner, a bit of a wrench in the gears here, if that were to be the case. Because we have seen time and time again that a lot of dominant racers hold on towards their position really, really well, but somehow or another, a little bit of a miscalculation or a slight bit of oversight puts them in jeopardy, as we have seen Taj Aiman. Despite the fact that he has been rather consistent across these two races, he was thrown off quite a bit with a few mistakes that were made in some of the corners. There were a little bit of understeer, oversteer, and I feel that there could be a few um, fixes in terms of him moving forward. However, we still have another two more races to come, and I do believe that there is a lot of opportunities for our drivers to catch back up into the race. So, any other stray observations that you have made thus far at the completion of race number 2 for the Red Bull Ring here today? For Red Bull Ring here from the Red Bull Ring track, excuse me, here today, Victor.
Well, I would say that there definitely was a lot less like drama, but quite frankly, it's due to the nature of the track itself. You're mostly going very fast, so opportunities to overtake pretty much only exist in very few places on the track, and mostly that's going to be on the straight. So we don't really see that sort of like moves that we saw in race number 1. You know, just getting a good exit out of the corkscrew in order to set up for an overtake in the sector. And this race is a little bit more, I would say, conventional in the sense that you as a driver, you're just more about managing your pace. You're trying to make sure that your pace is really good because your cars are going to be quite spread out anyway. So as long as you're able to just maintain a good delta with your tire wear, you're pretty much going to be able to get quite high up in the rankings, just as Lau Wei Kit has done. You know, he started from the back of the grid, and just by having really good pace throughout the race, there was able to fight all the way up into second place. I mean, that's really fantastic to see. And going into the rest of the races here, you know, I really hope to see the excellence continue to shine here for Lau Wei Kit.
And I do agree with you. There seems to be a lot of talent here showing themselves at the Toyota Gazoo Racing Online Challenge. And of course, for those of you who just joined us, welcome to the Toyota Gazoo Racing Online Challenge, where we have invited the top 10 sim racers from across Malaysia. Not only will they be fighting for the bragging rights, but also for a share of the 3,000 ringgit prize pool. We'd like to thank our organizers, Toyota Malaysia, and of course, our sponsors, Toyota Tires, Denso, Toyota Racing Development, and of course, our event partners, NK, Drive Energy Drink, and Motis. Without all of these people involved, all of this would not be possible. So thank you, and of course, thank you, the viewers at home, for supporting us, because we can't spell fun without you. And it has been a very fun time indeed, because man, oh man, has it been very exciting indeed, as we have completed 2 races thus far. We have been through a variety of vehicles and tracks across these 2 races, and it has been a rather interesting form of foreshadowing in terms of what is in store. Anyway, I guess that is enough from me. Victor, any closing words before we go on a short little break?
Oh, short break. It's actually about half an hour, so I guess I hope we see you guys coming in soon, because again, race number 3 is going to be a very interesting thing, especially if you're a motorsports fan, and especially if you've been following the Malaysian sim racing community, because this is going to be really unique kind of race here. So it's definitely one not to miss.
All right, so for that being said, don't you dare go anywhere. We will be back in a bit, so stay tuned.
Toyota, all about the drive.
ハッピーセット。
ハッピーセット。
レディ
ハッピーセット。
ハッピーセット。
レディ
In my life, got the drive like never before.
If you wanna feel alright, inspiration is your mind. Gotta excite your daily life. In my life, got a drive as never before.
Yeah, they tell me that I got ambition.
I got ambition.
Hard work is just a definition.
The definition.
You know I gotta make my mission.
In my life, got a drive as never before.
Give everything I got with all I do. When motivation's there, I gotta move. Because I love my life, I'm all about the drive as never before.
As never before. As never before. As never before. Never before.
So you wanna feel alright? Inspiration hits your mind. Gotta excite your daily life.
In my life, got the drive as never before. As never before. As never before. In my life, got the drive as
never before.
Whether it's the 6 hours of Silverstone or the 24 hours of Le Mans, World Endurance Championship races punish cars. With reliability of the utmost importance, the significance of pit stops is magnified, even vital to the success of the team. Although Toyota cruelly missed out on victory, perfect pit work had brought them to the brink of winning the biggest endurance race of them all. But such perfection doesn't just happen overnight.
In the Le Mans 24 hours, you can easily make up lap time or lose lap time. So we try to fine-tune every detail to get the refueling quicker, to get the tire change quicker as well. And the driver change obviously is something big as well. But clearly the mechanics, they spend a lot of time trying to fine-tune their job.
With practice complete, it's time to put the hard work into action. Whether it's a 6 or 24-hour race, fuel consumption dictates that it's about 45 minutes before the Toyota drivers get that first call from the pits.
It starts basically one lap before. We have the engineer saying box this lap. You reply that you understood the message.
In the box, no pressure.
You press the pit confirm button in the car. It lets the team know on the data at least that you've heard and understood the message and that you're going to be coming in that lap.
You start to disconnect the drink system, you disconnect the radio, and then when you get into the pit lane, you press the pit limiter and you basically get the seatbelt a little bit looser just for the next driver to get in a little bit easier, you know. And then when you park the car, you have to get the ignition off, you open the door, you open the new address system.
The next driver jumps in. Normally at that stage, the fuel is just coming to a stop. So then the car goes up on the jacks, then it's the tyres that start. It's important to keep the steering straight, so the guys doing the front wheels get it aligned properly. and for you to all the time remain on the brake so that they get the right torque. And then you hear them sort of rushing around the car, doing one wheel after the next, and then it's ignition on. You feel the car go down, you watch for the lollipop to turn around, lift, and away you go.
With 34 scheduled stops, Le Mans is a busy time for the Toyota crew. Unlike the frenzy of a sub-3 second Formula One pit stop, mechanics must work on one wheel at a time, and not until refueling is complete. Only then can any unscheduled work begin.
There's always something else that you never quite predict is going to happen during one of these races. You know, the bodywork might come in damaged, might take a front or rear change of bodywork, which can only be done after the rest of the pit stop's complete.
The rear is still a bit on the slippery side. I don't think it's going to work. No, it's not going to work.
If you are in the car and you have a lot of lockup, or you feel like big vibration, or you feel like the grip is not there anymore, you get in touch with the team, and then if it's too bad, they're gonna stop you and change the tires. But the idea really is to bring the tires as far as possible, because each time you change the tires, you lose 20 seconds. So if you change tires, you need to make sure you're gonna gain those 20 seconds back on track.
Although it's the driver's responsibility to make up time on the track, the WEC is a team sport, and it's the perfect choreography of Toyota's pit crew that helps turn their race strategy into success.
We work hard on the track to gain time, so that's when we hand it over to those guys in the pits to do the same. So it's the one time where you really feel that collaboration of it properly being a team effort between driver, engineer and pit crew.
For Toyota, the latest technology is not only key internally and in the development of its products, but their fans also deserve the most advanced technology.
We started to work with Microsoft Japan, especially for the WRC, Toyota Gazoo racing teams. And we're looking at three markets, three areas. And first one is the racing platform. And second thing is a team collaboration. And third one is the fan engagement.
Their fans are the real engine, the force that accompanies them around the globe like the most famous rallies of today. Microsoft and HoloLens traveled with Toyota to bring their followers the spectrum of mixed reality, holo racing, one of the most realistic and impressive experiences wherever you are.
When you go see through the HoloLens, you can see the car and you can feel it. You can turn around, you can make it bigger and smaller. Sometimes you can go inside, so it's very good.
Mixed reality is the next step in human, computer, and environment interaction. The HoloLens also looks towards the future.
Maybe in the futures, I don't know, there might be the possibility that the HoloLens can be work on the dealers. For example, like fixing the cars and like checking all the machines, which is wrong and which is okay, that kind of stuff.
Immerse yourself in a new reality.
It's an easy car to drive.
I think a lot of people will be waiting for this.
It's a car what you want to have.
Excited.
new Supra is quick, but to help acceleration even further, there's a launch control mode. Hit the sport button, traction control off, smash the brakes, smash the gas, and off you go. 0 to 60 in 4.1 seconds. Turbocharged straight six is howling in front of me. Instant power. Feels like a lot more power than what it's rated at. It's a rocket ship. 8 speeds, lightning quick shifts. This is a sports car the way they're meant to be. Wow, this thing is fast.
Without Supra, I couldn't be a master driver. I trained my master driver ability by driving Supra a long time ago. I went to New Brooklyn together with Mr. Naruse, who taught me how to drive the car. Many car is driving more than 200 kilometers. So I'm so scared. One lap is about 10 minutes. I felt like 10 minutes from now, am I still alive? At that time, Supra is no longer in production, no longer sells. All other car makers, their vehicle is the vehicle which they are going to introduce 2 or 3 years from now. Only Toyota, only myself is driving used car. Today, I meet friend from long time ago. We are kind of separated, but now we meet again. We are back in New Brooklyn for final testing of the new Supra. Toyota lovers are waiting for Supra. I think we need a Supra story again.
There are no roads in the desert. Where you drive is up to you alone. Visibility changes. Everything's heavier. The Dakar Rally Course changes our understanding of roads and lets the man know how a car holds a person's life in its hands. But he enjoys this moment. The roads shape us, and we must always hold this true. The whole world is our test course.
Yeah, we actually started last year the tradition that after Rally Germany we come to Köln, Cologne, to meet our basically very important part of the team. So TMG people who are responsible of the heart of our car, so engine. So it's fantastic possibility for us, our drivers, team members, to see how they work here and understand each other and also see how they develop our engine all the time.
It's always a very nice emotion because you spend normally a lot of effort on the car, on developing the model. You work long hours and so on, and you're always like sitting in a box far away from the real people that will be using your product. So when they come to have a direct contact with the drivers that you always see just in television, it's always something very, very emotional, very motivating. So it's something that we like very much. When it happened, we really enjoy to have the possibility to show them direct what we are doing to make them hopefully faster.
Yeah, so what they're doing here is they're testing the LMP1 car that's just run at Silverstone in the UK. And what they're testing is a simulated model of this car, which has been carefully correlated against the actual car data before the event. We use it for preparation for the event, to try many settings to get the optimum before we go to the event.
Yeah, obviously we managed to experience a bit race simulator today. It was still interesting to feel how it feels to sit on the floor and see nothing on a very high speed. So it looks like it's a bit different world to the rallying and definitely needs a bit more experience. But it's definitely nice to get our first taste and yeah, hopefully we will have another chance in the future.
I really love rallycast, and this is like a dream for me. You know, I like the heritage of Toyotas, and I like collecting Toyotas myself. So of course I'm really excited to see all this stuff here. And
I think it's very important for them to meet once a year the drivers who are driving their engine developed by TMG, and also meet other team members and kind of experience the excitement of the rally. So it's very nice to see the car here, also see Le Mans cars. So basically also change opinions and learn each other's.
Toyota, all about the drive.
ピーセットハッピーセット
レディーゴー。
In my life, got the drive like never before.
If you wanna feel alright, inspiration is your mind. Gotta excite your daily life. In my life, got the drive as never before.
Yeah, they tell me that I got ambition.
I got ambition.
Our work is just a definition.
The definition.
You know I gotta make my mission.
In my life, got the drive as never before.
Give everything I got with all I do. When motivation's there, I gotta move. Because I love my life, I'm all about the drive as never before.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, sim racers and sim racing fans from all over the world. This is the Toyota Gazoo Racing Online Challenge, where we have invited the top 10 sim racers from across Malaysia. They'll be racing not only for the bragging rights, but also for a share of the 3,000 ringgit prize pool. And for us today is going to be Victor Ang and, of course, me, Nick Harris, that is going to be serving as your commentary team for today. Great to have you back after that half an hour break, Victor. And I believe that we have a little bit of information that you would like to share with the audience back at home in terms of race number 2.
Oh yeah, so apparently one of the drivers has sustained a grid penalty due to an incident in the race, specifically Ayman Haziq when he actually hit the Hakim in race number 2. Hakim went on to hit Jenye, and the stewards have reviewed the footage. They've decided that Ayman Haziq was at fault, so unfortunately he's going to have to take a 1 grid penalty. That means that whatever position he's going to qualify in for race number 3, they're going to drop him by 1 grid placement. So hope you guys will keep that in mind for when we actually go into race number 3.
All right, so these are the numbers as of the end of race number 2, and as you can see already, it seems pretty much easy said and done, very clear cuts, and these are the points that they're going to be fighting for. Racer with the highest points after 4 races will win the entirety of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Online Challenge. So first place is going to go for 25 points, second place for 18 points, and third place for 15 points. So these are the point allocation for a lot of these teams, and I do believe that there is going to be a very interesting turn of events here, as we do see that the lead is going to be, fairly close between the top, the first spot and second spot, but it's still almost anyone's race for the top 5 players, depending on where they close out for the end of the third race. And we did talk about it just now during the end of race number 2, whereby we are going to go into the rally, into a more rally-oriented cross in the Serdegna windmill. So I do believe that that's going to be a really fun time, isn't it, Victor?
Yeah, so this is just get the car pointed towards the exit in order to be able to get a good exit out of the corners. So and given that this particular track that we're going to be racing on, which is the Sardegna windmill, this stage has a lot of undulations, a lot of jumps and crests, and that pretty much means that most of the drivers here are going to have to contend with the fact that sometimes the car is going to be up in the air as they are attempting to attack the next corner.
And that's something I believe a lot of the circuit races will have quite an interesting amount of adjustment to make on the fly because of the jumps and the crests that not only throws the cars off balance but also will throw the drivers off balance here if they do not put in enough.
Yeah, and not only sorry, sorry to cut you there, but in case what I want to point out is well, oh my goodness, look at that jump there that's on the screen right now. But yeah, so the other thing as well is that drivers will find that they will have to do a lot more turning when it comes to their steering inputs. It does mean that they're going to be doing a lot more like massive adjustments to the steering, especially in the middle of the corner, because part of the thing about dirt racing is that you're using the steering wheel as well as your throttle inputs as well to adjust the angle of your car. So there's a lot of skill actually involved in trying to maintain a good and consistent line through any kind of corner inside a dirt track situation. So these are going to be some interesting times, I think, that's going to be ahead of us as we're going to be entering into race 3.
So, looking at the layout of the track, there is going to be rather interesting aspects towards it. Mainly because after the start, there is going to be a series of high-speed descending corners, and after the first turn, they do have to consider the amount of braking as well as the speed that they're going to be taking into it. There has to be. I mean, there is a bit of a tendency for them to basically drift out of drift off the track, basically mainly because of the dirt aspect. And I mean, it's different when you're racing on dirt and when you're racing on asphalt or concrete or whatsoever, right? There is definitely going to be a big major difference in terms of the grip, in terms of whether or not your vehicle sticks to the ground, and the grip. When that grip is affected in such a way, it does create a very interesting dynamics in terms of understeering and oversteering, which I believe that we did see a little bit of that in Laguna Seca as well as Red Bull Ring. So we might see that exacerbated quite a bit in Sardegna windmills.
Well, so the thing as well is that given the nature of this particular track, I'm going to expect to see a lot of these drivers literally push outside of the bounds of the actual dirt track itself, because the sides of this track have a lot of grassy areas. But the thing is that as far as rally is concerned, you don't really have to worry too much about the grass as compared to circuit racing, where the moment you touch the grass, you're going to lose all your grip. You're going to find your car just spinning and facing the wrong side of the track. Whereas in dirt racing, you still are able to correct your car even if it's on the grass. So I think a lot of drivers will certainly use that advantage. You're going to see a lot of these drivers kind of push their cars towards the walls a lot, especially on this track. And it can certainly open up some interesting lines, I think, from all these different drivers, because it's no longer going to be a case of you always have to follow the ideal line like with the Red Bull Ring. Sometimes a creative driver can find a good way to maneuver themselves through some of these sectors here in the windmills, especially the S's that's right at the southern tip of this track. That's going to be a really challenging part, I think, for a lot of the drivers here, because they're going to have to switch between the left and the right very, very rapidly. And on a rally car, that's going to be a really challenging thing to try to pull off very consistently.
And I agree with you. As we go into certain parts of the track, there are going to be very interesting aspects towards it, mainly because of certain things like Sector 2, for example, only consisting of 2 corners, 5 and 6. But there is going to be a very interesting turn. There is going to be a very interesting clear. After the turn 5, there is going to be a turning to the right and jump into a straight line. And I do believe that is going to affect braking, and depending on how fast they take that jump and how they control after the landing, the the amount of acceleration that needs to go into it is a lot higher comparatively. So there is going to be very, very interesting dynamics here in terms of braking, in terms of acceleration and control overall.
Yeah, and even to your point as well is that about the braking. When it comes to dirt racing as well, you have situations where the most efficient way to take the corner may not just be necessarily just keep your car straight and then brake as hard as possible. There's certain techniques that drivers can utilize in their kit, like for example the Scandinavian flick, where the driver will purposely swing the car in the opposite direction of the corner just so that they can use the momentum of the car just snapping back in order to get themselves in a sharper angle. And I think a lot of drivers will certainly be utilizing this quite a bit in some of the tighter turns here. Now, I don't think Sardegna has actually really tight hairpins here, which is a bit of a shame because that's kind of like the kind of things I would like to see in a dirt or a rally race. But given that most of this track is going to be very high to medium speed, I think like the drivers would just have to work a lot more on just modulating the car's angle, using the steering and throttle inputs to accurately position as well as shift the balance of the car, and ensuring that the car is going to be pointed exactly in the direction that they need to in order to tackle the next coming corner.
Well, 3.310 kilometers is going to be circa 14 turns, and the track is going to be covered in dirt and grass. So that's going to be very interesting indeed in terms of the dynamics of the entire race. And as you said before in your very breakdown, there is going to be a very interesting amount of rally techniques that are going to be implemented here in terms of taking some of these corners or sliding off. There has to be a certain level of control when you are sliding when you're sliding at such an angle or such a speed, right? And that the drop off of speed or the pickup of speed after those turns is also paramount towards getting a substantial lead in the grid.
Yeah, and the thing is that again, because most of this track is going to have a lot of sections where it's medium to high speed, so the thing is that most of the drivers will still have to try to carry as much momentum as they can, and they'll find that they have to use that combination of throttle and steering inputs. You're using your accelerator to kind of spin the wheels a little bit, but you also at the same time applying brakes in the middle of the corner just so that you can get your car to turn a little bit more, especially if you found that your car doesn't have enough angle. And then of course in sections like here, the S is that weight transfer has to be swinging left to right very rapidly, so you have to be, as soon as you're off of one corner, you already have to start getting your car's momentum suitable for the next coming corner. So these are kind of challenges that the driver will have to face. So I'm really going to be interested to see how they're going to be able to handle this. Not just fighting against the characteristics of their car on the dirt track, but also how they're going to be fighting against other drivers they're going to be racing with them simultaneously.
And one thing to note is also the fact that the number of corners that can be drifted around, right? I mean, with the right amount of throttle control and the adequate amount of entry speed, there are certain parts of the entire track that you can just drift through without sacrificing speed, and it definitely allows players that have a little bit more advantage, actually a little bit more experience with that kind of particular play style, to basically be able to leave a lot of the other drivers in the dust. However, the setup has got the setup of the particular vehicle has got to cater towards slight oversteer control, so it does help, but it must be taken into consideration that they cannot take that particular setup too far in those particular situations, because if you take the setup too far, then you're most probably going to lose out a lot. You're going to end up hitting into the barrier, and then you're going to sacrifice so much of speed, so much of positioning, just because you have to go into this recovery period of trying to get back on the track and trying to build up speed again.
Yeah, I think like drivers who aren't too familiar with the kind of like with considerations of dirt racing, will oftentimes find themselves unable to even just tackle a simple corner because it's literally you have to literally change the way you think about the taking the lines here in dirt racing. You you can't necessarily attack it the same way you would as you do on asphalt. So that taking into consideration the taking into consideration the condition on the track as well as the different bumps and like where all these crests are going to lead you to. Sometimes you also have to be keep in mind that if you try to push too hard through this sector, and if you end up on the jump that you weren't expecting, you're not going to be able to get your car positioned in time to be ready for the next corner. So during this qualifying session, I think the drivers will not only be using this session to try to push the cars as hard as they can, they're also going to try to learn as much information as they can about how the undulations of these track actually affect the kind of lines they're going to want to take through some of these corners. So hopefully, we'll be well. I'm just hoping that these drivers will be able to adapt to this kind of situation as quickly as they can, because given that this is going to be the third race in our championship, guys like Wicked right now, they really have to show that not only are they experts when it comes to track and circuit racing, they can also bring that challenge when it comes to a dirt track like Sardeno Windmills.
And that's the thing that they have to be very, very considerate about. We do see that Schwan right now is definitely going to be enjoying quite a bit of a time here. With 9 minutes left in the qualifying rounds, it is going to be very, very interesting indeed as we are heading as we are heading almost into the midway mark of the time for qualifying. So it does goes to show that Sardegna Windmills is going to be the determining factor here in terms of some of these drivers heading into race number 4. However, with race number 3 still over the horizon, it is really important to note that their performance here could affect their positioning as well as their points moving forward.
Yeah, indeed. So Xuan Jing right now is like 6/10 of a second faster than Jin Ye. That's a significant gap here. So the thing is that I think the only way you're going to be able to kind of like match that is you'd have to kind of follow the same line that he is, and in a good game like Gran Turismo Sport, like you have to kind of like find the kind of line that works for you. So even if someone tries to follow Swanjing's same line, they may not be able to replicate necessarily the same lap times that he's going to be able to do. So this is again just simply adds to the challenge of the qualifying session that these drivers are going to have to face here in race number 3.
And that's the thing. I believe that a lot of these teams have, a lot of these sim racers have got to take into consideration here, mainly because of the amount of corners that they're going to be taking, and the way that basically open up opportunity for some of these racers to be able to take these corners without sacrificing speed. It does allow a rather interesting atmosphere for overtakes and cuts, and I believe that those particular situations could be beneficial for some of these racers who definitely are willing to risk it quite a bit, but it really depends on the amount of risk that they're going to be putting in. The risk and the reward has got to always outweigh the risk, but at the same time, if you don't take the risk, you won't be able to reap the rewards. And I feel that we have seen time and time again that these group of racers from first position all the way to 10th position, regardless of where they stand on the standings, definitely are risk it all just to get ahead. And I believe that is going to be very interesting indeed. I believe it's just going to be chaos when a race starts out, and I can foresee already that some of us are going to be witnessing some of our drivers being stuck in the ditch or kissing the wall, for the lack of a better word, right? With how they are going to be approaching it. But judging from the qualifiers, it seems to be very, very smooth thus far. We do see that a lot of these drivers are taking some of these corners without sacrificing that much speed.
Yeah, so the thing is that it's really difficult to be as consistent per lap on a dirt track compared to a circuit, because again, there's so many different variables that you have to keep in mind. You may be able to attack this corner at this particular speed, but when you try to go through it again, a simple bump or maybe even a slight variation, your turning is going to make it so you're not going to be able to replicate that same line. And this means that you have to be super attuned to what your car is doing at any given moment. You have to kind of like through the force feedback. Well, obviously, because like they're racing on sims, they wouldn't be able to actually feel the momentum of the car as it's traveling along in the track. So it's really just down to the what they can actually see on the screen. What the angle of the car is relative to the track, and also just feeling the force feedback to know like is this like what the kind of like condition on the track actually is. So you find that to really be good at rally racing, it's all down to how much of that kind of live information you're actually able to glean from the car as you are driving it. And those drivers who are exceptional at doing that, they usually are very, very difficult to beat. And it's really interesting to see how these drivers will adapt to this new type of battleground.
And that's something that has to be considered here, because the adaptability of some of these drivers are definitely going to be put into question when they head into the race. And I believe that with 10 races on the track going up against each other, it is going to be very interesting how some of these drivers are going to adapt in terms of their positioning on the grid, as well as taking into consideration that there is going to be an obstacle in front of them, not only in the form of a driver, but also the track itself. So they have to not only fight against themselves, they're going to fight against the track and also the opposition of other drivers as well. So I do believe that this is going to be one heck of a drive, one heck of a race, excuse me, as we observe it, because we do see that a lot of them are approaching this qualifying round with relative ease and attacking some of this corner with how do I say this, with a lot with very clean, right? There's a lot of very clean entries and exits, but I believe that the level of cleanliness in terms of how they entry and exit those particular turns is going to be stifled by the fact that there is going to be obstacles in front of them. And the fact remains that no two drivers will attack the corner the same way. So that's going to be very, very interesting indeed. As we are going to be heading into this, I can see you smiling already off camera, and I know for a fact that you're looking forward to be seeing the chaos that's going to be in full view for all of us here today.
I mean, I'm just watching like how Wick is attacking this. I mean, you can tell that he's really pushing hard here in order to try to get a good lap time, but he's just that sometimes he's making mistakes where like he's turning a little bit too hard out of the corners. He ends up bumping the wall there. So unfortunately now he's dropped into provisional P6 at the moment in his qualifying time, and it's certainly going to open up an interesting situation, because you have people like Swan Jing and Jin Ye who weren't really showing a lot of presence in the top 5 for the last 2 races. Now suddenly they're going to be qualifying in the front of the grid here, and I think they actually stand a really good chance of catching up in the championships here. So this certainly is going to throw a lot of things out the window here, especially when it comes to the expectations, when it comes to how race 4 is going to turn out. And I just couldn't be more excited. I mean, and another thing as well, that I really really hope that I will be able to see is like what are going to be the variations in what the driver's viewpoint is. Okay, so the thing is that normally sim racers will prefer to have like a nose cam view or like a dashboard view, because it gives them the best possible view of the track itself. They can actually see, just like this, you can actually see a lot more of the track. But when it comes to dirt racing, especially in sim racing, you also want to use your view to have a sense of like what the direction of your car is going in. It's usually kind of hard to tell that, especially when you're in dashboard view. But if you take the chase cam view like this, you have a much better sense of like what angle your car is sitting in. And I just want to see like I want to really see like how are the guys who are performing in using this view versus those guys who are using the dashboard view. How do they actually differ in terms of the actual performance? Unfortunately, I won't be able to find that out, but it's certainly something like really interesting for me. Just speaking purely as a racing enthusiast.
Well, that's something that definitely takes into consideration here, because when you're racing in a real world atmosphere, right, you won't be able to change your views. And coming in for the sim racing aspect, there is multiple types of views, whether that's the chase camera, like how you highlighted on the dashboard camera, or even the interior camera that they are going to be choosing. Oh, Taj Ayman taking a little bit of that corner there. little bit too much of
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, I
But-
mean it's always really common in rallying to like cut corners. You know, you basically have free reign to do what you want whenever you're attacking a rally stage. So it's not uncommon to see drivers sometimes, just cutting through the apex, trying to find a much faster line through some of these turns. And we're seeing this a preview of what's going to be happening during the race here, where these guys are just going to be slipping and sliding along each other, just bumping and grinding during the race. And the fact is that this is still just qualifying. So I think Kachun, Irwadi, and Woikit, they're just giving themselves a little bit of a warm up here to what's about to unfold as qualifying now comes to a close.
Qualifying has come to a close, and they have about 90 more seconds just to get their final few times. So it's going to be very interesting to note that how some of these races are going to be racing against each other in this particular matchup, in this particular race here. Mainly because of, like you said, there's a lot of underlying factors and dynamic factors that could actually be how to say that prove detrimental to some of the top scorers within the two races that have been completed already. As we head into our third race, this could be the determining factor. Not the determining factor, the proverbial wrench in the cogs for some of those that have been consistent across those two races, right? So I do believe that there could be quite a bit of competition coming in from some of the races from positions 4, 5, and 6, considering their points overall. But it really depends on who will be able to walk away with that top spot and who will be able to push out in terms of how they are going to be going into this race. And there we go, with 1 minute and 17 seconds. It is going to be Schwan, if I'm not mistaken, that is going to be holding on towards the pole position. And he is definitely going to be enjoying that position because he's going to be in the front of the grid. So I do believe that that is in of itself its own big advantage. However, we have seen time and time again that people who hold on to pole position do not necessarily end up with the big podium win. We've seen it happen not just in this particular tournament, but in the tournaments in the past that we have casted together alongside each other. And I do believe that this particular dynamic track with so many variable factors in terms of angle of attack, in terms of the speed that they enter in and exit in, is going to be the most interesting one that we have casted thus far in our experience casting together, Victor.
I mean, I feel like just the fact that they're gonna have to go through this whole track for like how many laps is it now? It's gonna be 23 laps. That is insane, because like even in the real, they don't do this in the real world, in the only kind of situations where you have like a car-to-car racing in a dirt track is usually like autocross. Those only last maybe about 6 to 8 laps, and the fact that they have to go for a Grand Prix style like race here on a rally stage, I mean, it's just gonna be fun. Trust me, it's gonna be really fun to watch.
It's definitely going to be fun, and I do believe that we, as the commentary team, as well as the spectators at home, do not have to worry about bits and pieces of car flying towards us as spectators, considering the dangers. I mean, we've heard it time and time again in a lot of the rallies that we've seen. We've seen some of these cars flip over, go through a roll, end up in the ditch. So it's really great to see that Toyota Gazoo Racing, the online challenge aspect of it, basically keeps us in a very safe environment, not just from the COVID, but also from the fact that a stray tire could come bawling at you at 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, I mean those are things you don't have to worry about in sim racing. But yeah, certainly, yeah. So it's certainly I mean that's part of like the charm of sim racing. You have all the opportunity here to learn how to race, how to drive, and how to compete against people without necessarily exposing yourself to the risks that motorsports actually entails. So really, like people people tend to people tend to forget sometimes that they tend to think that sim racing being a video game doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be fast in real life. But the fact is that even though yes, you can always say that a simulation of the racetrack and a car is never going to be the same as a real thing. But I can tell you for a fact that when it comes to the skill, when it comes to the application of what a driver is doing, those are still the same, regardless of whether it's on a sim or whether it's on a real track. And so the thing is that it's perfectly valid, to say that the racing in sim racing is just as real as the racing that we'll see on the track.
Yeah, so that's something that we definitely have to take into consideration here, and it seems that we are going to go into the game very very soon, as it is going to be starting now windmills here, as we're going to be heading into the spectator mode, and I really can't wait to see what is in store for us. Ladies and gentlemen, hope you are ready for lights out and full throttle. The smell of burning rubber in the virtual realm not permeate across, so that's something that I definitely miss from working our own experiences working on a real track. That's one of the stuff I definitely have a love-hate relationship with, I suppose. And we're off.
Yep, so as quite to see the start there, but looks like Swan Ching is still going to be pretty much ahead here. The drivers all just keeping close here, not necessarily throwing the tail out too much. Swan Ching, though, he's just taking his sweet time, though, coming through some of these corners. But you can see some of these drivers are struggling to try to get the cars pointed going into the next corner, and they're just going in tandem right now. Hakim and Jenye. Hakim now trying to take the inside line against him. He's trying to find a good way to exit here. He does stay a little bit ahead, but look at Wicket right now. He is slowly climbing up the ranks here. He's didn't quite qualify as well that he has hoped going down to P6, but he's certainly making up, more than making up for it in this lap here. He's right now just tucked in behind Hakim, probably going to try to find a good opportunity to overtake him. The S's will be coming up towards the end of this lap here, and that's going to be a point where Wicket really wants to stay as close as he can to Hakim or Jenye.
That's something that they have to be very, very considerate about here. I did say that the angle, and excuse me, I did say that the amount of races on the track as well may actually affect the angle of attack that some of these drivers are going to go for, and we do see that some of these overtakes are going to be very, very stylish and dramatic in fashion here, mainly because of the way the track is set up and the amount of crests and jumps as well. So the corners definitely allow for a little bit interesting overtakes, mainly because of the differences of angles that these drivers are basically going to take. And the differences of angle is if you're only off by a few degrees, or you're a bit too fast or too slow, then you're going to sacrifice quite a bit in terms of your angle as well as your speed heading into the attack. And coming out of it, you're going to realize that the amount of distance between you and the person that you are intending to overtake could actually be further and further if you make little mistakes building up. And we do see a lot of collisions here from a lot of these drivers, which is to be expected considering the craziness of this particular track. We already see that it is going to be 2 laps already in the pocket as they are going to be heading into the next few turns here. Beautiful stuff there being shown from the side of Jenya, looking for trying to attack Nior here. And we do see that compared to the Stika as well as the Red Bull Ring, the lead and distance between themselves and the other races are pretty close, Victor, compared to those other 2 tracks that we have big commentary on.
Yeah, I mean, the fact is that, you're no longer thinking about slipstreaming or like just trying to take ideal lines. It's all about just pushing a car to maximum, just being very attuned to your car. So the thing is that these drivers are just trying their hard, the darndest right now, just to push their cars to get as close as they can to their opponents. But it's quickly going to find that, trying to make overtaking maneuvers here, it's going to be very, very different, very, very difficult actually compared to circuit racing. But they're still going to keep trying here. Look at that, Kachun getting a little bit of a love tap from behind, and that actually opened up the door for Hakim to get up alongside him. They will be too wide here going into the first corner, but the next corner. But the thing is, Kachun does have the inside. He's going to be able to slip himself just ahead of Hakim, who accidentally taps the wall there. So unfortunately, he's going to be tucked in behind in P3.
Very nicely done there from Kachun to be able to try that, to be able to give a little bit of pressure, excuse me, to be able to take that pressure really well here. But Hakim right now not going to give up here. Very nicely done from Hakim, and it seems that Hakim will be able to steal it back away from Kachun. Second place is already in jeopardy, but we see it time and time again. It is going to be back and forth between Kachun and Hakim, and this is the excitement that we were looking for. Victor, I'm not trying to say that races number 1 and 2 weren't exciting. There were a lot of exciting moments in races number 1 and 2. However, race number 3 definitely is a lot more rewarding in terms of the overall spectacle of it, mainly because then the overtakes are a lot more obvious comparatively, and you do see the setup slightly coming from a mile away. You do see that sometimes the person takes a little bit of an outside angle compared to the inside angle, and that allows an opportunity for someone to actually go over it, but it's all dependent on the speed of attack. And man, oh man, has it been exciting for positions number 1, 2, 3, and 4 in the forms of Schwan, Kachun, Hakim, and Wicked. Wicked right now is at the top of the leaderboard for sure, so he does want to basically extend his lead by quite a bit, but it seems that Hakim, Kachun, and Schwan are holding on towards their positions with relative tightness and will not be looking to let it go anytime soon.
Yeah, Hakim is trying to slip back a little bit, so that actually is going to open up the door for Woikit to try to make some moves now. Kachun now just absolutely pulling away at this point now. Hakim now trying his best here to try to stay out of trouble here. But Woikit, you know, he is definitely showing that, you know, given whatever situation it is, he can still adapt to it and just try to keep everyone else at bay. Particularly, he wants to try to keep Touch Ayman at bay right now. They only are separated in championship by only 1 point, so it's so crucial for Wicked to be able to finish higher than Touch Ayman. In the meantime, though, Swan Jing, you know, he's going to have the time of his life. You know, he is so far ahead. He's really not going to be affected by the riffraff that's going on in the three-way battle now for the podium positions. And the fact is that if he does take the maximum amount of points on this track here, I think you're going to find that he's going to be shooting pretty high up on the championship board by the end of race 3.
And that's something that they have to be very, very, very of, because we did say time and time again, right, that depending on how they're going to be attacking it and the speed that they're going to be taking it, it seems that Neo already is going to be the first victim of a penalty here as we are approaching the 5th lap of race number 3 thus far, Victor. And why do you think the penalty came by? Did you manage to see what happened? Because it kind of avoided, kind of like what happened maybe off camera and off angle, so we weren't able to basically understand why the penalty was coming in. So we'll wait for a little bit more information as more information becomes readily available to us. We are going to be Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so Hakim now has already gotten past Kachun, but Kachun now going for the counter attack. Look at the way he's just slipping on the inside there. The thing is, the next corner is going to have a massive advantage here to Hakim, as he will be able to take the inside line, defends it away from Kachun. But Kachun now just trying to find any way of getting past him. Oh, Hakim going very, very, very steep into the corner there and actually loses out a lot of speed, allowing Kachun to take on the inside line. He's going to be sliding away there. Hakim now faced with a really difficult situation here. It's going to try its best to make a counter attack. Look at that. Both of these cars going in tandem. Hakim going a little bit wider, of course, but still staying right on the tail of Kachun.
And that is just beautifully done from our races here today, mainly because of the amount of discipline, not to say discipline, excuse me, the amount of tact in terms of how they are looking to enter this. We do see a little bit of tactile awareness that's coming in from Hakim and Kachun, and it seems to be a rather interesting fight for second place here between Hakim and Kachun, and it seems that Kachun is the one that is on top of the ladder at the moment in terms of positioning. However, Hakim is not too far behind here. This could be a very interesting opportunity for Hakim here, but he's waiting for Kachun to try to slip up here, trying to force Kachun in a situation where he won't be able to take that line. He's trying, looking towards shutting down that line. Kachun does it really, really well against Hakim, and Hakim, between Kachun and Hakim, there has been several good attempts coming in from Hakim, but it seems that Kachun was a few steps ahead in terms of stealing it back away from Hakim.
So you can observe like the kind of difference in their driving style here between Kachun and Hakim. I get the sense that Hakim is more or less trying to very hard to push for a hard entry into some of these corners, so he's carrying usually a lot more speed, whereas Kachun tends to be a little bit more controlled and reserved. He tends to keep his angles under control here, not fishtailing too much out of exits of corners, and thus he is actually able to maintain over like a sector. He's actually able to maintain a higher overall speed. But however, Hakim's more aggressive style here is certainly helping him, especially in sections here where like there's ample opportunity for him to just get that overtake there. And indeed, he's already taken P2 away from Kachun, and it looks like that aggressive driving style actually has paid off. So you're going to be seeing a replay here of Hakim attempting to make the movement to Kachun, and you can see Kachun just taking a very decent line here, but Hakim just immediately dies with the inside line there. Even though he's going to be on the outside, he is able to just use the momentum coming out of that first part of the chicane to actually be able to stay ahead of Kachun, and you know, that was a really, really good move there on Hakim's part.
Beautifully done there from Hakim, and it seems that Kachun will not take this travesty sitting down, and it seems that the pressure is definitely going to be on Hakim right now, as Kachun is looking to nip on the ankles of Hakim and give him a little bit of that pressure. However, we do see that not too far behind Kachun is going to be Wicked, our current overall standings race leader thus far. So this could be an opportunity for him to basically come back into the third spot here if Wicked is very careful in how he approaches this next few turns.
Yeah, so Wicked trying his best to try to keep up with Kachun there, just finding it quite difficult to close the gap actually through this final sector. But now that they're in the chicanes, look at that, Wicked just going completely wild there with his lines, and unfortunately I think it went a little bit too wide there, so I think he's going to have a bit of difficulty trying to catch back up at the exits. Taj Ayman though, he's just observing this from a really good vantage point, and you know, just keeping his sights constantly trained onto Wicked, because that is his current target right now. He wants to try to regain the lead in the championships from Wicked, so it's absolutely imperative for him to be able to make an overtaking move onto Wicked some point in this race.
And that's something that they definitely will enjoy here, because Hakim was very, very sly in his attempts to take that inside line away from Kachun. Will the same be said for Kachun in his cunningness, in his cunning attempts to try to take that second spot away from Hakim, or will Hakim be able to hold on towards that second spot throughout the entirety of the race? We have to wait and see here, but we do see that the lead and the distance between a lot of these vehicles, a lot of these cars are definitely not that big compared to when we were seeing the races in Laguna Seca as well as Red Bull Ring. So I do believe that this is going to be one of those races where everyone has almost an equal amount of opportunity to try to get back into the race in terms of a higher positioning. However, we do see that Wicked has been able to take away Kachun, but could it be a little bit too late for the side of Wicked to celebrate here, as Kachun is looking to pull back and try to get that line away from Wicked, and it seems that Wicked can celebrate slightly for now, but he can't rest on his laurels because Kachun is just right behind him, looking towards putting some dust in the eyes of Wicked before he moves forward.
There's a mistake there where Wicked actually tapped the wall a little bit. It slowed down enough to allow Kachun to get close to him on the exit. So Kachun is going to try to use his chicanes here to make a move to get into a little bit of a tangle there towards the entry of the chicane. But it looks like Wicked is still able to defend somewhat. But now Wicked is left himself completely wide open. Kachun just slips it right alongside him, takes back V3. Now he can try to focus on getting the move to Hakim as long as he can keep Wicked tucked in right behind him.
And I totally agree with you there. Wicked definitely goes to show that his experience as well as his knowledge of the racetrack is definitely paying off for him. However, Kachun was very, very sly indeed in trying to stealing away successfully the position of third away from Wicked. However, we do see Taj Ayman right now is not too far behind from Wicked as well. This could be an opportunity for Taj Ayman to knock down Wicked, because if Taj Ayman knocks down Wicked, it could be an opportunity for Taj Ayman to steal away the top spot overall for this entire tournament in race number 3. But it's really it really is dependent on where Wicked is going to end up in this race.
Yeah, I mean, Touch Ayman almost had an opportunity there given Wicket's mistake early on. And in fact, like Touch Ayman is using this sector here, which seems to be Wicket's kind of like weakness at the moment, to try to close the gap between them. So the thing is that Touch Ayman just needs to be able to find a good entry point into some of these slower corners here in order to try to capitalize on Wicket's mistakes, especially in this first sector. But Touch Ayman now coming up almost alongside Wicket. He's just keeping as close as he can. He knows that all it takes is just going to be one mistake on Wicket's spot and can easily try to tackle away P4 from Wicket's hands.
And P4 seems to be in jeopardy here as Touch Ayman right now looking towards closing the gap between himself and Wicket. But it seems that Wicket right now is looking towards trying to get a little bit of and it seems that he does. He does manage to take it away from Kachun, but it seems that he can't, like I said, can't celebrate for too early because Kachun is back into third spot again. And we have seen it time and time again from Kachun and Wicket, both of them looking towards competing against one another for that third base spot. Wicket definitely is a warrior, definitely is entering these turns with worrying amounts of speed, but it seems that Kachun has no sense of worry here because he's able to take it away and return it and return that third spot to Kachun to himself with relative ease.
Yeah, so one thing that's going to be interesting here for the drivers as far as the tire situation is concerned, like if you notice, the tires aren't actually worn out by any much, you know, that they can actually potentially even take this whole set all the way to the end of the race. So it really just boils down to like, because they still have to make that one mandatory pit stop, so I think there's going to be pretty much everyone's going to rush into the pits at the same time. It's only a question of who's going to start that chain reaction first, you know?
And I totally agree on that. That particular pit is the pit is definitely going to be one of those things that is going to be rather. Excuse me, not the pit. Excuse me. The pit timing is going to be a very dynamic factor here because some racers will consider to drop into the pit, stop into the pit at a given time, and this will actually, like you said, signify a change of our positions here by a lot of our drivers.
So right now, Mior, he is definitely not having a good time. He's really struggling quite hard, I think, at trying to tackle this track. I mean, the fact remains that, you know, dirt racing is a completely different animal compared to circuit racing. And Mior, you know, he's definitely much better at the circuit racing, unfortunately, and certainly trying his best here to try to keep up with the rest of the pack, but still has 1.6 penalty hanging over his head there, and finding it quite hard, I think, to actually keep his car under control through some of these high-speed turns. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I do totally agree with you on that, mainly because of the, like you said, the high. Oh wait, Kachun, was that from Wicket? No, sorry. As you said, right, there is a lot of dynamic factors here that play into consideration. I keep repeating angle of attack. I keep repeating the speed of entry and the speed of exit. But we've seen it that Schwan was able to maintain that first spot mainly because of those particular concepts. He has a very good understanding of those concepts, especially how to drive on a dirt road, and it does play a very beneficial factor for him in terms of his overall position for race number 3 that is happening at Sarandegna with
And you know, just to kind of like talk about Miura a little bit more as well, you know, even though he's kind of struggling this track, if he's want to be finishing at this position right now, he actually going to be able to set himself up pretty well for the next coming race, because the grid positions here is going to determine the starting grid for race number 4. So Mior definitely is going to, at this point now, it's best for him now to try to think about how he's going to tackle race 4, because that's going to be his forte, you know, going into a circuit race, especially with open wheel car. So I mean, it's a bit of a shame that he's not doing too well in this particular race, but I'm hoping that come race 4, he'll be able to come back with a really good result, and hopefully be able to at least give some good challenges on the championship board. Oh, I think a little bit of a contact there between Touch Ayman and Wicket. Wicket seemed to have slowed down a little bit too much around the apex there, maybe even hit the wall.
Alright, so we're gonna watch the replay here between Touch Iman and Wicket. Yes, there was a little bit of collision there between Touch Iman and Wicket.
I don't quite see that. Oh, there it is. There it is. So he clipped the apex at the final part of the S's there, and that led to Touch Iman just knocking into him. So no harm done there. It's really just a mistake on Wicket's part, and definitely not a malicious sort of like contact between Touch Iman or Wicket.
And considering that this was the chaos that we were looking forward to, this was actually expected pretty early on, Victor, because we do see that the entirety of the track is covered in dirt, and driving on dirt is definitely not a cakewalk. It's definitely not a walk in the park for a lot of people, and you do expect the fact that they are using the Toyota 86 GRB rally car. It definitely goes to show that the durability of the car is well as well as the ability to turn some of these curves with really good speed and accuracy. It just goes to show that the level of engineering that's put into the models of the particular cars is definitely very something to be something to shout about for sure.
Yeah, I mean the fact these cars seem to at least in terms of where I'm looking from here from the screen, they seem to handle pretty realistically as far as like how dirt racing is done, because like dirt racing is kind of hard to do right in sim races. Chen Ye there just while I was talking there just made a really brilliant move there against Touch Iman, so now he's going to be slipping himself up into P5. Look at that, slipping right underneath him. Let's see that again in the replay. So it looks like Touch Iman actually had a little bit of a tap on the wall there. That definitely has slowed him down on the entry on the next corner. So Jenya is definitely using that to his advantage, keeping as close as he can to Touch Iman. By the time they reach the long corner here, he found himself just slipping himself right into the side there. Touch Iman attempted to try to go for the comeback, but Jenya was already in the right position he to, and Touch Iman actually had a bit of understeer in the entry, so that was why he was not able to effectively defend his position there. So Jenya moves up into P5.
Very interesting indeed here, as we are going to be hitting for our 16th lap with 7 more laps to go. What are you looking forward to see in terms of adjustments for some of the other drivers in this particular situation, being able to pick up and
I mean, it's hard.
No.
Yeah. Sorry, I couldn't quite hear you there just now. I think got a little bit cut off there. But I think right now, Touch Iman, he really needs to try to mitigate a lot of his losses here, because finishing with one grid behind Wicket here is definitely going to affect his ability to try to come back in the next race, especially in his championship battle here against Wicket. So the sooner he's going to be able to try, if he's able to, he should try to fight Jenya again for that P5 position, because he needs to stay as close as he can to Wicket so that the championship battle can still be close enough in the 4th race. But right now, he just has to ensure that he doesn't drop off too much in pace here. Otherwise, he's going to find it almost impossible to come back in the championship points, especially once the next race is going to be underway. That's going to be the final set of points that they're going to be able to get. Now, we're seeing like Hakim actually struggling a little bit through the S's there. Again, the fact is that when you're swinging from left to right so many times, you have to kind of like you kind of have to not go too overboard, because like your car has to be at the right sort of like balance throughout some of these corners. It has to be a very consistent kind of rhythm, and if you actually are a little bit off on even just one part of the S's there, it completely throws off your rhythm. So by the time you reach that final S, you find that your car is completely way off the mark. There is either a little bit too outside the line, or it's actually in too much an aggressive angle to face the exit. So it's certainly a challenge here that Hakim is facing, but he's still having a 1 second buffer at least to Kachun in terms of the gap time. So hopefully, these small mistakes here aren't going to affect his chances of taking home P2 too much here as this race is starting to come to a close.
And that's something that
swatching. He's going for his mandatory pit stop.
That first pit stop of the race. So this is going to be very interesting indeed here, as we are going to be heading into lap number 19 for Xuanqing, as some of the other races as well are going to be crossing the start finish line soon, signifying the start of the lap number 19. So it is going to be very interesting to know that Xuan made this conscious decision to actually go into the pit, and I feel that that is going to pay off for him as we are going to be heading into the final stages of the game.
The fact is, he went into the pits, he came out, he's still in P1. That just goes to show how much on another level Xuanqing is, compared to everyone else. I mean, he's had such a good lead here. I think it's going to be nearly impossible for anyone else on this grid right now to take that away from him. So really, now it's going to be a question of how much of a gain can Hakim and Kachun actually pull off here? Because in terms of their championship standings here, there's just they're sort of like in the middle. Hakim right now is only in fifth in the championship, whereas Kachun is actually all the way down in ninth position in the championship here, with only 6 points. So really, like, it's all in Kachun's favor here if he's able to get past Muhammad Hakim.
And Muhammad Hakim definitely does stand in the way for Kachun, but let's take a look at Jenya as well as Bukit right now. What's interesting also is Kachun is still going to be holding on towards the spot, but I see that Bukit is going to be holding on towards this fourth position, so dropping down all the way from position number 2 or 3 if I'm not mistaken. So it is definitely is going to be feeding that sense of urgency, but you see that Wicked right now is going to go in to the pit, so it's going to be a very interesting opportunity for him as we head into the final few laps, which is 3 more laps to go.
Yeah, so Taj Ayman looks like he's decided to stay out. Wicked should be able to come out ahead of Hazika, it looks like. Yep, he should be able to do that. No problem whatsoever. So the thing is, again, all the drivers here have to take that one mandatory pit stop. Even though the tire wear isn't quite there, they still have to go for that pit stop. So now Wicked is actually able to recover well enough. He's giving the Taj Ayman the lead for now, but then the thing is, Taj still has to go into the pits at some point in this race here. Otherwise, that's going to be a severe penalty for him. So now Wicked is just keeping the pressure up onto Taj Ayman. Oh, getting a little bit of a clip there on the exit of the corner. But still, the fact is that if Taj Ayman is not able to build any sort of gap between him and Wicked, by the time he comes out of the pits, I think Wicked will be able to just fly away there, especially on this new set of tires.
And that's a new set of tires that is going to add a little bit more, not just traction, but also grip, but will allow them to be able to take a little bit more. But you see that the yellow flag has been waved here instead of Wicked, if I'm not mistaken. So this could be very interesting indeed here. As
I was going to say, I'm not sure whether that little flag was for Wicked. I think someone spun just ahead of them, because Hakim is all dropped down to P4, it looks like. Taj Ayman has already gone into the pits. Jin Ye also inside the pits now, so Wicked gets himself up into P3. So indeed, I think Hakim was the one who actually had a bit of an incident there, so that actually brought out the yellow flags. So he has a 4.9 second penalty. That's really rough.
Ooh, that's painful. Let's take a look at the replay here coming in from Hakim in car number 17. Could he be the instigator in this particular situation, or will we wait? Wow, look at that. That was a beautiful drift there. Beautiful drift. And
I think the incident will happen a little bit at the back there, so we didn't quite get to see what exactly caused him to get that 4.9 seconds penalty. But in any case, that's seriously a really big blow here, because now Kachun is able to get himself up into P2, but I don't think he has taken his mandatory pit stop yet. So we're going to see whether or not, he's going to go into the pits now. He actually has a 15-second buffer ahead of Wicked, so there's a high chance that he could actually come out in front of Wicked. Wicked now just trying his best to try to catch up here, but I doubt, looks like Kachun will be able to get out of the pits in time here, so he maintains in P2. Wicked still in P3, but with Hakim having a 5-second penalty behind him, I'm not sure whether or not he'll be able to keep P4 for now.
And here is the final few laps here. Wicked still holding on strong towards the third position, as we do see that some of these drivers now are going to be in jeopardy in terms of their overall standings. Yeshwan is still going to be holding on towards the first spot, whereas Kachun as well as Wicked is going to be holding on towards second and third spot respectively. We are going to be following Hakim right now with a plus 4.6 second penalty here. What would you do, Victor, if you were in Hakim's shoes in this particular situation? Considering that the track doesn't allow that much of braking or slowing down.
I mean, quite frankly, he has a 6 second gap ahead of Touch Ayman, so he could just slow down a little bit on this lap, just try to get rid of the penalty, and that should actually work out fine for him, I think. So I don't think I don't think it's like that much of a problem for him, considering his current position. But the fact that he sustained such a high penalty there, is like, I don't know, it was really surprising to see, especially given how well he was doing up until this point.
And definitely here, we do see Schwan right now is going to be poised to start that final lap, and it is going to be a very, very big lead here for the side of Schwan, because we do see that Chachun as well as Wicked are pretty much far away from Schwan, and this could be where Schwan is basically looking to get that checkered flag off and get that big win on the first spot. Hakim still has not gotten rid of his penalty here, as Hakim has still not gotten rid of his penalty, as Wicked is going to be closing the door onto the advances of Hakim in whatever way possible.
Yeah, I mean, Hakim, if that 4.2 second penalty gets applied after, he's still going to stay in P4. So I think it's pretty safe as far as that concerns. Swanching comes across the line to take the win there. Very, very dominant lead of nearly half a minute ahead of Kachun, who should be coming across the S's right about now. So just goes to show how much on another level Swanching is compared to the rest of the field here, just leading them all by a country mile. So Kachun should be coming across the line now. He's going to take P2. Wicked is going to be coming through as well. Ritwan, who is in P10, actually comes across the line. He got lapped throughout the race here. So even though he came in front of Kachun, he's actually in P10. So Kachun finally clearing the S's, comes through the line, and looks like Wicked and Hakim having a bit of a side-by-side action there. But again, with the penalty applied, Hakim will still realistically only be able to finish in P4. So Taj Ayman comes across the line to take P5. Jenya Kent comes in to take P6. Irwadi should be coming across the line anytime now to take P7. So that's going to be some good points for him in store. Then we got Hazik, who takes P8 away from Mior. And Mior, unfortunately, last person to go take the checkered flag here, just does it in style here, just goes into the 180, because he knows that the next race is going to be the one that he is looking for.
Oh man, wasn't that a very exciting race, as we have predicted, Victor? And it seems that it's just going to get more and more exciting, because we still got one more race to go. I really can't wait to see who will still be maintaining that top spot. However, judging from what we have seen thus far within the tabulated scoreboards, it is going to be Wicked that is enjoying the most amount of points. However, Taj Izrin Ayman is behind him by not too many points. So I do believe that this could actually mess it up a little bit in terms of Irwadi as well as Muhammad Hakim and their points and their.
I mean,
and their points. How to say? Their point not segmentation, not segregation. The allocation of points. Yes. So I do believe that it does create rather interesting dynamics between the top 5 spots. But is it a little bit too late for some of these players?
I don't think so, because I think there's still a reasonable chance for them to try to fight for P2 or P3 in the championship there. I mean, I'm not going to be doing the quick maths here. I'm going to leave that to our race officials to tabulate the final scores, because again, we have to consider any possible penalties to be applied later. But just judging based on the current results here and based on provisional results, I think the big conclusion you can have here right now is that Wicked is going to be able to extend his lead against Touch Ayman. So certainly that battle is going to transpire in the next race here. We're really going to see whether or not Koch can actually successfully gain some good grid positions compared to Woikit. But knowing Woikit, he's going to be a very, very tough cookie to beat here for even for someone like Koch Ayman. But speaking of other people here, like Swan Jink, the 25 points here is going to basically shoot him all the way up into the top 5 here of the championship. So that's certainly a good thing for him here, because he's currently right now only 6th in the championship. So this one race here is certainly going to be a huge boost for his position as far as the championship table is concerned.
All right. So with that being said, thank you for an amazing breakdown yet again, Victor. Your knowledge as well as your technical know-how will always help us understand the races a lot better. And of course, we would like to thank our organizer, Toyota Malaysia, our sponsors, Toyo Tires, Denso, and of course, Toyota Racing Development, alongside our event partners, NK, Drive, Energy Drink, and of course, Motis. We're going to go on a short little break. And after this, we will be back with our final race of the day. Who will walk away the champion with that 3,000 ringgit share our prize pool and of course bragging rights? Stay tuned to find out.
For Toyota, the latest technology is not only key internally and in the development of its products, but their fans also deserve the most advanced technology.
We started to work with Microsoft Japan, especially for the WRC, Toyota Gazoo racing teams. And we're looking at 3 markets, 3 areas. And first one is the racing platform. And second thing is team collaboration. And third one is the fan engagement.
Their fans are the real engine, the force that accompanies them around the globe like the most famous rallies of today. Microsoft and HoloLens traveled with Toyota to bring their followers the spectrum of mixed reality. Holo Racing, one of the most realistic and impressive experiences wherever you are.
When you go see through the HoloLens, you can see the car and you can feel it. You can turn around, you can make it bigger and smaller. Sometimes you can go inside, so it's very good.
Mixed reality is the next step in human, computer, and environment interaction. The HoloLens also looks towards the future.
Maybe in the futures, I don't know, there might be the possibility that the HoloLens can be work on the dealers. For example, like fixing the cars and like checking all the machines which is wrong and which is okay, that kind of stuff.
Immerse yourself in a new reality. For Toyota, the latest technology is not only key internally and in the development of its products, but their fans also deserve the most advanced technology.
We started to work with Microsoft Japan, especially for the WRC, Toyota Gazoo racing teams. And we're looking at three markets, three areas. And first one is the racing platform, and second thing is a team collaboration, and third one is the fan engagement.
Their fans are the real engine, the force that accompanies them around the globe like the most famous rallies of today. Microsoft and HoloLens traveled with Toyota to bring their followers the spectrum of mixed reality, holo racing, one of the most realistic and impressive experiences wherever you are.
When you go see through the HoloLens, you can see the car and you can feel it. You can turn around, you can make it bigger and smaller. Sometimes you can go inside, so it's very good.
Mixed reality is the next step in human, computer, and environment interaction. The HoloLens also looks towards the future.
Maybe in the futures, I don't know, there might be the possibility that the HoloLens can be work on the dealers. For example, like fixing the cars and like checking all the machines, which is wrong and which is okay, that kind of stuff.
Immerse yourself in a new reality. For Toyota, the latest technology is not only key internally and in the development of its products, but their fans also deserve the most advanced technology.
We started to work with Microsoft Japan, especially for the WRC, Toyota Gazoo racing teams. And we're looking at three markets, three areas. And first one is the racing platform, and second thing is a team collaboration, and third one is the fan engagement.
Their fans are the real engine, the force that accompanies them around the globe like the most famous rallies of today. Microsoft and HoloLens traveled with Toyota to bring their followers the spectrum of mixed reality, Holo Racing, one of the most realistic and impressive experiences wherever you are.
When you go see through the HoloLens, you can see the car and you can feel it. You can turn around, you can make it bigger and smaller. Sometimes you can go inside, so it's very good.
Toyota, all about the drive.
Happy set. Happy set.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, sim racers and sim racing fans from across the world, welcome back to the Toyota Gazoo Racing Online Challenge, where we have invited the top 10 sim racers from across Malaysia. They will be racing not only for the bragging rights, but also for a share of the 3,000 ringgit prize pool that is up for grabs. I'm Nick Harris. He is Victor Ang. Excuse me. And it's great to be back, and we are here for our fourth and final race, and it is going to be at the Autodroma de Interlagos, and it's going to be in reverse grid. Victor, what are your expectations coming into our fourth and final race of the day?
I'm really hoping to see that this is where Mior is going to be able to at least get a good race result here, because he really has been needing it throughout this whole championship. I mean, in terms of the championship fight, there's no way for him to actually catch up in terms of the points now. So it's a bit unfortunate for him. You know, his performance in race 3 definitely has like really caused him to slip way far back. But the good news about that, though, is that he is still going to have at least a good chance here in this final race, because given that he's finished in third from last, so he's going to be finishing in third place. He's going to be starting from third place on the grid. So I'm really hoping to see that he'll be able to come into the fold coming to this. But really, the main story here, I think, is going to be about the fight between Woikit and Touch Aiman. Lau Woikit and Touch Aiman are only going to be separated by enough points that to the point where I think a good separation between a Touch and Aiman. Not Touch and Aiman. Touch Aiman and Lau Wicked is certainly going to allow him to regain the lead and maybe even take home the championship here after race number 4. So,
all right.
Yep.
So that's going to be very interesting indeed. It is going to be the reverse grid. So we are going to be taking a look at the overall points thus far. It's going to be a Lowy Kit with 51 points, Taj Izrin Aiman with 45 points, Mushuan Jink with 43 points, Muhammad Hakim with 39, Irwadi bin Dao with 35, Mio Muhammad Hafiz with 29 points, Daniel Vun Kachun with 24 points, Ayman Hazik with 14, Muhammad Ridwan with 13, and Chao Jin Ye with 10 points. So even though that the lower half of the standings are out of contention in terms of fighting it up for those top spots, we do see that the first to third spots are still up for contention, as well as fourth and fifth spot. However, it is really dependent on whether or not Luo Wei Kit, Taj Izrin, Aiman, and of course Mushuan Jing will be able to score higher here, because it is going to be interesting to note that with the reverse grid, they are going to be starting slightly lower in the overall standings, overall grid positionings thus far, which could actually be very revealing in terms of whether or not they will be able to push through into those top 5 spots. Because if they are able to push into those top 5 spots, then it could be a fantastic win for them. However, if they place really low, then that could be problematic for them. However, we can't count out some of these other drivers as well, other sim racers as well. So it's almost anybody's game thus far.
Yeah, it's still anyone's game for the top 3 here, because like Swan Jing's amazing performance in that third race has basically shot him all the way up into third place on the championship board. So this is definitely putting himself in such a good position here to try to fight Touch and Wicked for the championships here. So the thing is that it's also going to be interesting to see how Touch Aiman is going to be able to use his further upgrade position compared to Wicked to his advantage here, because again, Touch Aiman finished like one grid position below Wicked, so he's going to be starting one row ahead of Wicked in the next race. So that is certainly going to be something that I'm going to look forward to once we get into race 4.
All right, so let's take a look at the reverse grid positioning. It's going to be Muhammad Ridwan in first place, Mayor Muhammad Hafiz in second, Ayman Hazik in third, Irwadi bin Daud in fourth, Chao Jinya in fifth, Taj Izrin Ayman in sixth, Muhammad Hakim in seventh, Loy Kit at eighth, Janya Vunka Chun at ninth, and Mu Xuan Jing in 10th spot. So this is going to be very, very interesting indeed here. They are going to be racing at Interlagos on the Toyota Dallara Super Formula 2019. So that's going to be very, very exciting indeed. What do you know in terms of Interlagos? and also the Toyota Delara Super Formula 19, Victor, as we go into our short little flying lap.
So it's kind of like this is somewhere between like an F2 and an F1 car. It's really fast. You know, it's not like F1 with crazy engineering, but it's a car that handles car. So you can expect to see a lot of these drivers, you know, taking these corners very quick and aggressively, and still be able to go up to insane lap times. So Interlagos is actually very talked about to be in as a racing driver because for one, there's a lot of like twisty tight corners. Like it's like a track where you have to be very consistent in how you attack these corners, and there's still a lot of potential for you to make mistakes, especially in some of the slower sections of the track. But the fact that the track is also kind of narrow means that overtaking maneuvers have to be done very precisely. But that all changes once you reach the final section of the track, where this is where the infamous bank turn is in Interlagos, and this is where the track really starts to open up. You know, and then you as a driver, you have all the ample space and opportunity to try set up overtakings, and leading up into that is going to be turn one. So I'm expecting to see a lot of brave drivers, you know, try to just fight their way to get into that inside line, coming out of that straight, going to turn one, and hopefully be able to catch a few positions as they do so.
Some statistics for each and every one of you guys. 4.309 kilometers is going to be the track length with 15 turns overall. So it's going to be very interesting indeed. And it is going to be in Autodroma Jose Carlo Pace in Sao Paulo, Brazil. So it is also known as Interlagos. So I really can't wait to see what kind of styles or aggressive play styles is going to be rewarding some of these drivers here as we head into our as we go into our race here, as we do see that it is going to be very interesting indeed, as we are going to start our fourth and final race of the day. What are your expectations heading into this, Victor?
Oh man, that first corner is always about that first corner in Interlagos, because immediately after that is the S's, the chicanes. That's where, like, if a brave driver who's able to slip himself into the inside going to turn one is definitely going to be able to make up a few grid places. So this start here is going to be absolutely important, especially for Muir and Ayman Hazik. You know, both of them are kind of out of contention when it comes to the championship, but as far as this race is concerned, it is still up for grabs here for either of these two drivers.
So what's going to be interesting to note is the first few turns, like Victor has said, coming into turns number 1 and 2, and there they go, ladies and gentlemen. They are going to be heading off into the first turn right off of that straight into the S to Senna, as they are going to be heading into that beautiful first turn, into that second turn. Look at that. We have seen, I think, someone go off the track, and that was almost rather unfortunate here, as they're going to be heading into the third turn as well, onto the Reta Posta, onto just before the fourth turn. And this is going to be very interesting indeed, as they are going to be gearing up into the Desquida do Lago onto the fifth turn as well. And the sixth turn of the Ferradura is going to be a very interesting one indeed, as they're going to be heading into some rather treacherous turns from 7, 8, and Pinheiro, 9, 10, and Pico do Pato and Mergulo. That's where all of these places are going. This is where it's going to be make or break in terms of grid positioning for a lot of these drivers, because of the treacherous turns here. Very sharp turns, as was said by my co-commentator, and we are seeing it over and over again that some of these drivers are definitely going to enter this with a lot of caution.
Yeah, so Wicked, you know, he's able to get up into 6th place right now. But Taj Ayman, look at him. He's already in P3. So even just staying there alone is going to allow him to gain a lot in the championship points and perhaps even overtake Wicked there. Let's have a look at the replay of the start again. So we're going to be looking from Swanching's perspective here as we see how tangled it gets in that first corner. You see cars going 3 wide, 2 wide, all the way through. But it's by the time they finish the center S's, that's where things start to kind of line up up a little bit more. And the thing is that Taj Ayman has done really well. Look at that. He's already up into P2. He's already overtaken Irwadi at the back straight here, and he's already in a position now to try to bring the fight to Muir. So even though Muir had a really good start there, in fact, like he managed to jump his way all the way up to P1 even before they enter the S's. The fact is that Taj Ayman is showing some tremendous pace here, and I think it's going to be a matter of time before he's already caught up to Muir, and it's going to be challenging him for the lead.
Yeah, all right, so that's going to be something very interesting indeed, as Taj Ayman right now looking towards solidifying his top spot here. But we do see that Muir is going to be the last man in that first spot. The first man in that first spot here, holding on to that position and being the barrier being the obstacle, that Taj Ayman to overcome. But we do see that Wicked right now, the race leader, is at 6th spot here, so he has quite a bit of races to work through in the form of Ridwan, Haziq, Irwadi, and Taj Ayman if he wants to get that solid first spot. And we do see the amount of speed that's coming in onto our third lap here. Very, very interesting indeed, as they are going to be heading into the first few turns. And we do see the amount of speed that they were building up right into almost a dead slow here as they're coming out of that first few turns and into that big chicane as they're going to go on to the 4th and 5th turn of Desquita del Lago onto Ferradura on the 6th and 7th and 8th turns.
Yeah, so Wicked seems to be struggling a little bit to try to get past traffic here, and that's only going to add to the delight of Taj Ayman, because the further down Wicked finishes in this race, the more of a chance Taj Ayman actually has to actually take away the championship here from Wicked. So Wicked now is desperately trying to find a way to get past Ridwan and Haziq here, and the thing is, in this sector here, especially in the final sector, twisty part here makes it, the twistiness and the narrowness of this track makes it very difficult to set up any overtaking moves. So it's going to be up to Wicked to stay as close to them as they can as they until the final corner and into the back turn, because that's going to be the best place for Wicked to try to make up some grid places.
And that's something that they really have to be very, very considerate about here, because the amount of spacing that they have between themselves is really, really tight. The amount of speed that they're building up into the start-finish line is going to be very, very treacherous indeed, because the amount of braking that they have to do as they're going to be heading into those first few turns is rather crucial. You do lose quite a bit of speed in those first few turns, and you build up quite a bit at Reta Oposta before you head into Desquita do Lago. And coming into that, after you come out of that 5th turn, from there on to the 6th turn of Ferradura, there is quite a bit of speed that you got to pick up, but there is a big amount of slowdown here from turns 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. So it is rather interesting to know. Oh, we might see a big overtake here coming in from Haziq, now trying to look to defend it. Will he be able to close the door? I don't think so. No. I don't think so, as it is beautifully done, nicely done. A little bit of cunning there being shown by Wicked, and it seems that time and time again, Wicked right now showing his cunning, showing his ability to commit to that overtake. Beautifully done. Although Haziq was defensively sound in that particular situation, it seemed that Wicked was able to steal away that inside line relatively well from Haziq.
See, like, the difference between, like, I almost want to make a comparison between how Wicked handled that overtaking compared to how Lewis Hamilton did last time he raced at Brazil. Like, the difference there is that Wicked took it so cleanly. He was already alongside Hakim by the time they entered the corner there. So pretty much Wicked had the inside line. There was no way for Hakim to get through there. So very well done to him. He's finally cleared the traffic. So now he has to focus on trying to climb up the ranks here and hopefully get himself up on the podium and maybe even try to challenge Taj Ayman for that P2.
And that's the thing that they have to be very, very considerate about here, because Taj Ayman right now is still trying his best to hold on to that position, but with Wicked slowly picking up the pace, it is very interesting to note that Irwadi right now is that final bastion of defense for the side of Taj Ayman here. It is really important for Wicked to actually get over, take over Irwadi's third place spot here, but standing in his way is going to be another racer here. I don't see his name, but we are going to be observing from the side of Hakim here, putting in a little bit of pressure onto Haziq, but it seems that the amount of space between him and the 6th spot here is definitely building up, but it could be an opportunity here as they're going to be heading into the first few turns. As we see Haziq right now looking towards opening up, but no, it's not going to be enough. Beautifully done. Wow, that was just nicely done there. Looking towards getting that switcheroo from Hakim onto Haziq, and Haziq fell for it beautifully as it's going to be Hakim that takes it up. Look at this from that long little straight just before that first few turns. Hakim right now pressing onto Haziq, and immediately as we've seen Hakim right now just beautifully just takes it over and says goodbye. This is that Haziq breaks a little bit too early here, whereas Hakim was able to push it just a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, late breaking is king when it comes to turn one here in Interlagos, and it really shows, you know, that so many fantastic moves have been done there over the years, and certainly there was something straight out of the playbook of F1 there from Haziq. So well done to him. He's going to be able to try to get some places done here. In the meantime, the Ridwan is the next person in line here to try to get a position on the podium. He's already caught up to Irwadi, and quite frankly, he's in a good position here to try to make an overtake on the straight. So he's going to try to get into the slipstream as much as possible. It's going to be a bit hard here with Irwadi's car jumping around like that due to the lag, as now he's going to have to try to find a way trap, but Irwadi taking a very, very defensive line here forces him to try to take the outside. So it looks like Irwadi will be able to defend himself coming to the center S's here, but no doubt Ridwan in maybe a few more sectors time may be able to continue to try to bring some moves here to Irwadi. Maybe you might even see him make an overtake in this sector case. Comes up alongside Irwadi, gets past him, but unfortunately Irwadi just outbreaks him going to the corner. So Irwadi is still maintaining his position here in P3, but Ridwan, he's not to be outdone. He's gonna come back fighting.
Beautifully done from the side of Irwadi to take that inside line away from Ridwan, but Ridwan looks as though he is undeterred and looking towards pushing out onto Irwadi here, trying to come in on the inside line, but it seems that Irwadi right now just wants to get as much distance from himself and Ridwan as much as he can, but it seems that Ridwan right now is not going to relent, excuse me, and is definitely going to keep pushing on to the side of Irwadi, but Irwadi definitely showing that he is not going to give it an easy way in from the side of Ridwan. Ridwan now looking towards getting that straight, looking towards opening that position for him, but could it be enough though, as they are going to be heading into that long straight, but Irwadi right now goes into the pit stop. Now that was just something I did not see.
He's going for the undercut here, so the thing is that's completely that's just a funny way of him keeping Ridwan off his tail there. But coming into pit stop, he's going to be switching to soft tires here, so it looks like he's going to try to use this stint here to try to gain some massive pace here, especially against Ridwan, because he knows that Ridwan is showing quite a bit of pace here, given that he was on a pretty good compound, I think, before the start of the race. So Irwadi will be coming out at the back of the grid here, looks like, and he just comes out just behind Waikit now, who is finding himself back in square one. Unfortunately, there's still traffic ahead of him. He needs to be able to get past Hakim, and this time he's going to have to get past Jenye as well if he wants to try to fight his way back up into the midfield.
Yeah, so we do see Jenye right now. We're going to be observing him for a while before switching over to Hakim on car number 17, and this could be an opportunity for for Wicked to actually try to get back into the game. Wicked right now on 8th position, so it is going to be relatively against his aspirations of maintaining that top spot, considering that Taj Aiman already is on 2nd spot. But we do see that Taj Aiman as well as Mion right now are going to go into... Oh no! Oh, whoa, what just happened over there?
Cartoon basically had his right rear tire dip into the grass there and just completely lost control. So Waikit just slips by him. He's now up into P7 as the rest of the grid starts to go into the pit stop. So Waikit automatically upgrades himself to a ticket to P4 now. It's just Hakim and Swan Ching now that's standing in his way.
So this is going to be very interesting indeed. Looking at Schwan right now, going for that beautiful slipstream, and will be able to go ahead here, but he will have to slow down just slightly, and will be able to shave off a little bit of that time as he is going to be holding on to that top spot.
Yeah, I mean, he's holding on to that top spot only because he hasn't gone for his pit stop yet, so no doubt his tires are going to be kind of worn out at this point here, so that's going to affect his ability to try to defend his position there. So the sooner he gets into the pits, the better it is going to be for him, as now we've seen Taj Aiman currently in P5. He's still just only ahead of Wicked, who's already caught up with him, which is about 8/10 of a second behind him in terms of gap. And unfortunately, Hakim is actually holding back Taj Ayman somewhat. So it's actually pushing him towards Wicked and actually opening him up to a possibility of being attacked by Wicked. And that is certainly not what he wants, especially in this final race. In the meantime, though, Hazik is facing a lot of pressure here from Muir. He goes into the pits now to try to get a new fresh set of tires, so that allows Muir to get up into second place.
Very interesting indeed here, as Hakim right now is going to be our current observation, we are currently observing, excuse me, as we are going to be observing. Right behind him is going to be Taj Ayman. So Taj Ayman right now looking towards getting the third place spot back again, and it seems that it is going to be taken away from Hakim. Very beautifully done from Taj Ayman. A little bit of braking here from the side of Taj Ayman before he goes into that corner really, really well. And look at that, Taj Ayman right now securing his third spot, but it seems that Hakim is still nipping on his heels here. He can't rest on his laurels as Taj Ayman right now pushing it hard and fast, and Hakim right now comes back in. But no! Denied!
What the heck was that? Like, Hakim went a little bit wider on the outside there and actually managed to slip into the inside. But unfortunately, he had to give the place back because I think he actually cut the track a little bit. But the way that Taj Ayman is able to just come back from that is just insane to watch there. So the thing is that even though Taj Ayman managed to get himself in the podium position, he's facing a lot of stiff pressure here from Hakim in P4.
And that's something that they have to be very, very concerned about here, coming in from Hakim as well as Taj Ayman. Both of them are doing really well offensively and defensively, but we do see that Taj Ayman as well. Oh, but we do see up ahead though, Muir right now looking towards the leading Schwan in the dust here. Beautifully done on the side of Muir right now, as we are going to see more and more action here. Oh my goodness gracious me, what is happening, Victor? We're seeing so much competition from all these drivers.
That is the Muir that I know and love. Like, he can somehow pull off these maneuvers that you never expect, like this overtaking from the outside of turn one. Like, man, that just takes some serious skill there, and greatly done there for him to take the lead. But now Taj Ayman, he's gonna be you're gonna see Swanching's on the menu now. He's currently stuck between a rock and a hard place, so he needs to get past Swanching here in order to prevent Hakim from being able to keep the pressure onto him. So Taj Ayman now just counting his blessings here, just trying to find a way, gets on the inside here against Swanching, slips by Hakim, uses opportunity as well, slips by Swanching as well as a double overtake here onto Swanching as Taj Ayman gets to P2 and Hakim into P3.
Looks like Taj Ayman could be could be the winner here if he keeps this up, but not too far behind is going to be Wicked. So Wicked has got to get across, has got to get ahead of Chuan as well as Hakim. So it is going to be very interesting indeed whether or not he will be able to go for it. But it seems that Wicked has fallen down to a 6th spot, and they are going to be exchanging attempts here from the side of Ridwan as well as Wicked. Look at that as they're going to go over towards that first U-turn right into that long straight, and Wicked seems to be suffering quite a bit here considering the amount of competition that's coming in from these two drivers ahead of him, as they are going to be competing against each other. Schwan as well as Ridwan now going up against each other here. Not much space for Wicked to work with, but we do see Wicked taking the inside line and stealing away from the spot. Beautifully done with a lot of elegance as he enters his spot and holds on to it with relative ease.
Yeah, Swanching again doing the same thing that Taj Ayman tried to do in the race number 2, where he just stayed out on a longer stint there. So his tires are very worn there. That's why he is so rapidly dropped down the list here. So he was leading the race at one point. Now he's all the way down into P6. So now that Wicked is going to be able to just focus on his fight now against Ridwan. I'm hoping to see if he's going to be able to close the gap between him and Taj Ayman, because Taj right now is 2 good positions ahead of Wicked, and that certainly means that points-wise, you know, Taj Ayman is in the best position here to try to take that lead for the championship away from Wicked.
And we do see that there is going to be a little bit of struggle here for the side of Wicked to actually come back into the top 3 spots, considering that Ridwan as well as Hakim are going to be holding on to that position. Hakim right now is going to be our main observation, is going to be the person that we're going to be observing the most at this situation, but behind him is going to be Ridwan. And Ridwan looking to adding a little bit of that pressure here, but it seems that the amount of space between him and Hakim is definitely pretty big compared to Hakim and Taj Ayman. So this is going to be very interesting until how Ridwan is going to be catching up. 13 laps in. We have 12 more laps to go before, 9 more laps to go before the end of the race. So it's going to be very interesting to note that these players and these races are going to look towards finalizing their spots here. Kachun as well as Jinya are going to be the 9th and 10th spot into the pits thus far. So we are going to look at in terms of fastest laps, it is going to be Hakim at third spot here, holding on to the fastest time of 1 minute and 17 seconds. We do see Shwan and Hazik right now fighting off against each other. Hazik holding on to the inside line. Shwan coming out from the outside line. Could it be that Shwan will be able to take it? Yes, he does. Holding it away at 7th spot, away from the side of Hazik. Hazik right now looking towards getting back his position, but we are going to go back into Hakim's spot here on his viewpoint, as we are going to be observing him trying to put a little bit more pressure onto Taj Ayman and put a bit of a wrench onto the current standings.
Yeah, so the thing is that Xuan Ching was just using the most of the grip he got coming out of that pit stop there. So it was no wonder he was going to be able to attack Hazik on the outside line. So again, like he's trying to do a one-stop strategy here. It's not quite working out, I think, as he hoped, because he's still going to find himself stuck in the midfield for the most part. And I kind of worry that by the time he ends the stint here, he may not have enough grip to be able to finish up the regular race. So the thing is that it's still going to be one more pit stop on the cards here for most of the guys leading the field here, particularly Hakim and Ridwan here. So they're still continuing this battle here. Hakim, who early on was giving a lot of pressure to Taj Iman, somehow isn't able to keep up with that now. So he's slowly slipping back here. That's opening a door now for Ridwan. He's trying to find a way to get up on the podium. He just needs to stay close enough up at this slipstream here from Hakim and hopefully be able to overtake him coming into turn 1. Look at that. Look at the amount of momentum he has. He goes for the outside and it looks like Hakim decides to go into the pits there, just as he did in the first stint there. And so Ridwan will take P3, but that's just going to be for now.
And it is going to be very interesting indeed, as Ridwan right now holding on to a third place spot. Taj Ayman right now is still going to be the target that Ridwan wants to go for. We are going to be watching onto the side of Wicked right now, who is inside the pit. Could be an opportunity for him to actually steal away those top 5 spots. However, it is going to be paramount that he gets higher and higher onto the standings if he wants to walk away the champion.
Yeah, indeed. Like I'm gonna try my best here to calculate out how things are gonna turn out, but at the moment, though, I think Wicked he really has to try to make up some great positions here because he's not in a good position to challenge Taj Ayman. It's really easy for Taj Ayman now in his position to even at the very least tie up in terms of points. So quite frankly, Wicked needs to try really hard here to try to make up some great positions. Otherwise, he could face losing the championship battle.
And that's something that they have to be very, very considerate about here, because Wicked is one of the obstacles that Taj Ayman has to get through. And Ridwan right now gets into the pits and is going to give Irwadi, Hakim, and Wicked a chance to actually get back into this race. However, the amount of space between them and Ridwan is definitely higher here, as Irwadi right now is going to be the fourth person, the fourth spot into the pit, as well, as we do see that Ridwan and Irwadi right now still holding on to it. And look at that, Wicked right now holding on to the fourth position. Don't know whether or not Wicked has already went into the pits already, so I don't think that he is going to go back into the pit with 6 more laps. With 6 more laps left in this matchup, this could be very interesting indeed if Wicked is able to claw his way up higher and higher in the standings, Victor.
Yeah, so the thing is that he's still struggling to try to keep up with Hakim or Ridwan here. There's still a 1.6 second gap between him and Ridwan. He needs to be able to claw that back as much as he can, especially now that he's on a soft tire, still pretty fresh after the pit stop. He needs to close that gap as much as he can, because inevitably when Taj Ayman decides to go for the pit stop here, it's definitely going to open up an opportunity for Boyke to try to at least fight him for that position here. But Muir, in the meantime, though, he's leading the race by a pretty comfortable margin at the moment, so I don't think it's going to be hard for him. He was running on the super soft tires there, so looks like he's going to be using this final stint here to just pull as much as he can. So now Taj Ayman still in the pits at the moment. It's Wicked running out the last end here. So Muir and Taj Ayman, they're both going on medium tires here. So Hakim, Ridwan, and Wicked will be coming out ahead of them. And Wicked, I'm hoping, I really want to see what his tire wear situation is here, because I want to see whether or not Taj Ayman will have a chance here to try to fight against Wicked when it comes towards the end of this race.
And as we're going to be seeing here, Wicked right now still struggling to actually get back into this, not to say contention, trying to get back onto that 4th spot here. But Ridwan seems to be getting quite a big lead here. But we do see that coming in from Ridwan, Hakim, as well as Mior, they are holding on towards some really good spots here.
Oh, hello. Okay, I'm not sure what happened to Nick there. But yeah, so right now I think everything all yeah.
Hello, test.
Hello.
Okay, sorry about that. I think there must have been a bit of a connecting issue.
Okay.
So coming in here, we are going to be watching from the side of Wicked, who is still struggling to get back into contention here to try to steal away 4th position. But it seems that all the other racers as well are still going to be holding on to their relative spots. What I do also like to point out is the fact that if Taj Ayman still maintains that 2nd spot, he can actually be a little bit comfortable with the fact that he is going to steal this away. However, in the next 4 laps, anything can happen, and a slight mishap or slight miscalculation could actually spell doom for the aspirations of Taj Ayman if he were to make a small little mistake. And we've seen it time and time again in the past, Victor, that we have seen players that have been complacent and comfortable with their leads immediately forego their lead just because of small mistakes.
Yeah, but the small mistakes, I think, is going to be kind of rare for people like Mior and Taj Ayman. I mean, they've been very, very consistent throughout this race here. But the thing is that Wicked really has an uphill battle here if he wants to try to maintain his lead here and hopefully be able to win the championship. Because like Ridwan is still proving to be a really difficult obstacle here for Wicked to get past. He just really can't find a way to get past him here, especially in this sector, and even coming out to the straights here. I mean, I really hope to see if he's going to be able to get a good slipstream. Ridwan, getting a little bit loose there at the exit, so Wicked is going to try to use that to his opportunity to climb. Yes, he's getting very, very close. He's getting up alongside now. This is probably the best opportunity he can get past, and yes, indeed, he's already ahead of Ridwan. He does have the inside here, so he should be able to defend effectively into turn 1, so he's now up into P4, but it's still one more position to go here. He needs to be able to catch up and hopefully get his place on the podium there. Otherwise, he's at risk of Taj Ayman taking away the championship.
All right, so we are going to be seeing that Taj Ayman right now is going to be holding on towards this position with without relative contention from any of the other positions creeping up onto him. But Mior is the target that Taj Ayman has been aiming for the past few laps, and I feel that Taj Ayman does have a good amount of, a good chance to actually score that first place away from Mior. But it seems that Mior has been relatively consistent heading into these final few laps, and I believe that with Mior holding on to this first position, he is going to be enjoying it. However, Wicked already climbing up towards 4th place. So I already said that there are still 3 more laps left. But Hakim and Taj Ayman especially cannot rest on his laurels, because Wicked is slowly picking at the heels of Hakim, and it could actually benefit Taj Ayman, Hakim to actually get as much space as he can. But Ridwan now looking towards adding a little bit of poke towards Wicked as they are heading towards those first few turns. And we do see that Wicked right now still playing it very defensively, shutting down the door onto the side of Ridwan to deny whatever access, whatever entry that is being attempted from the side of Ridwan, Victor.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that Wicked is going to be in his best interest, even if things don't turn out. If he can maintain P4 at the moment, I believe there should be enough of a chance for him to still maintain the lead against Taj Ayman, even though it's only maybe 1 or 2 points. But I think one thing I really want to keep an eye on is what is Mior's pace right now, because I think his gap is between him and Taj Ayman. Yeah, it's actually lowering here. So if Taj Ayman actually is able to take the win against Mior here, he's guaranteeing himself to be able to take away that lead in the championship away from Boykit. So this is a really tense moment here. I think everything hinges upon whether or not Taj Ayman is actually able to get past Muhammad Mior Hafiz.
And that's the thing that Taj Ayman right now is definitely trying his level best to 2 more laps left. It's not just a winning by a matter of inches, it's winning by a mile as well. And Taj Ayman seems to be having that in his sight lines here, but it seems that Mior seems to be an elusive target for the side of Taj Ayman here, looking towards shutting down whatever opportunity that Taj Ayman tries to create for himself with the amount of distance that Mior is trying to get between himself and Taj Ayman. Very good braking and very good acceleration here over Taj Ayman right now, looking towards getting that distance between himself and Mior close down. But I see that Mior right now still holding on to that first position with an iron grip thus far, Victor.
I mean, Mior is just gonna have to hang on for dear life here, I think. And like, the thing is that, like I said, if Taj Ayman is actually able to get past Mior in the next few laps here, he guarantees himself to be able to get a championship. So he's just that close there. He just needs to find a way to get past Mior. And with the fact that he's getting so close to him, especially coming to this final sector, I think that puts Mior very much into a danger zone here as this race is starting to come to a close.
Well, it is going to be a very interesting final few laps here as Taj Ayman right now looking towards getting that ground covered between himself and Mior, but it seems that it is going to be Taj Ayman that is nipping on the heels of Mior, but it seems that Mior right now is still maintaining quite a bit of speed here. Oh, it seems that the inside line is going to open itself on the side of Taj Ayman, but Mior just says, nope, I'm going to close down the door for you, Taj Ayman. I'm not going to let you take it away. Just because that you are closer and closer towards the victory, I am not going to let it make it easy for you. This is the final lap. Final attempt for Taj Ayman to actually get back into this. And we do see Taj Ayman right now just being relentless.
Yeah, everyone just gonna be watching this battle right now, because if Taj Ayman gets past Mior here, he probably might be able to take the championship win here. So Mior now is only about 3/10 of a second ahead of Taj Ayman, definitely in a very dangerous position here, especially as they're entering the final sector here. It's gonna hinge on whether or not Mior is gonna be able to stay in front here, but I know the man, I know he is capable of it. But it's going to be all up to Taj Ayman now to just find an opening. He is still very, very close to Mior. He's trying to find that final sector. He's going to be coming through anytime soon now. And the thing is, Mior is still able to stay ahead. He's not made any mistakes so far. He used to go a little bit wide here in this corner, but he just held it true. He's going to be coming into the final corner here. It looks like Mior is finally going to be able to put a feather on his cap. He's coming across the final corner now, and Mior will be able to take the checkered flag, and that's a photo finish there. Taj Ayman, unfortunately, is going to be in P2. Hakim is in P3. Wicked, he's maintaining P4, but that might just be enough for the championship. We'll just have to wait and see, as we will be finding out the official results after everything has been tabulated and all penalties have been dealt with.
Yes, and that's the thing that I feel that could be the difference here. In this particular situation, we have to wait and see, because most of what we have right now is based on the assumption that Taj Ayman is still going to be ahead. But it really depends on how much of points that he is going to be holding on to. There is going to be a difference of 1 point, if I'm not mistaken, between him and Wicked. But we have to wait and see after protests and after whatever penalties that have been tabulated. So I really can't wait to see whether or not who will be our winner and our grand champion for our Toyota Gazoo Racing Online Challenge. I really can't wait to see what else is going to come forward for us, because this is a really good show of talent. Some of the best sim racers across Malaysia have gathered here today to basically show off not only their talent but their willingness to just race hard, right? And that's the thing that I feel that is the biggest thing that we can take away from this, the fact that everyone here put in the maximum effort, and there was some really, really interesting and dramatic moments for a lot of these racers here today.
Yeah, I mean that finish there, even though it wasn't so much like a dramatic finish where someone overtaken the last lap, there it was still so thrilling to watch because it was such an opportunity there to see if Taj Ayman was going to be able to pass Muir and perhaps even secure the championship. But it looks like that might not to be. We will still have to wait for the official results to come out before we know for certain who has won this championship. But I have to say, Woikit, being able to climb himself up into P4, he struggled a little bit, admittedly, throughout this race here. He had a lot of traffic there in front of Rizwan as well as Hakim. But the fact that he's able to finish in P4, at least mathematically speaking, could be enough just to guarantee him a win in the championship. But again, the results are still provisional at the moment. We still have to wait for the officials to tabulate it, and only then will we find out what the actual results are.
And of course, we would like to thank our organizer, Toyota Malaysia, and our sponsors, Toyota Tires, Denso, Toyota Racing Development, and most importantly, our event partners, NK, Drive Energy Drink, and Motis. Thank you guys very much for your support. And of course, we can't spell fun without you guys at home. So thank you guys very much for spending the time, your wonderful, wonderful Sunday, with us here at the Toyota Gazoo Racing Online Challenge. We will be back with the total tabulated points. So give us a few minutes as we calculate everything, get all the protests out of the way, and we will tease you a little bit with what's to come, because this is an invited series, but we will have a series that's open to all. So if you want to know more, stay tuned and find out.
It's an easy car to drive.
I think a lot of people will be waiting for this.
It's a car what you want to have.
Exciting.
The new Supra is quick, but to help acceleration even further, there's a launch control mode. Hit the sport button, traction control off, smash the brakes, smash the gas, and off you go. 0 to 60 in 4.1 seconds. Turbocharged straight six is howling in front of me. Instant power. Feels like a lot more power than what it's rated at. It's a rocket ship. 8 speeds, lightning quick shifts. This is a sports car the way they're meant to be. Wow, this thing is fast.
Without Supra, I couldn't be a master driver. I trained my master driver ability by driving Supra a long time ago. I went to Nürburgring together with Mr. Naruse, who taught me how to drive the car. Many car is driving more than 200 kilometers. So I'm so scared. One lap is about 10 minutes. I felt like 10 minutes from now, am I still alive? At that time, Supra is no longer in production, no longer sells. All other car makers, their vehicle is the vehicle which they are going to introduce 2 or 3 years from now. Only Toyota, only myself is driving used car. Today, I meet friend from long time ago. We are kind of separated, but now we meet again. We are back in Nürburgring for final testing of the new Supra. Toyota lovers are waiting for Supra. I think we need a Supra story again.
It's an easy car to drive.
So much fun. I think a lot of people will be waiting for this.
It's a car what you want to have.
Exciting.
In my life, got to drive like never before.
If you wanna feel alright, inspiration is your mind. Gotta excite your daily life. In my life, got to drive as never before.
Yeah, they tell me that I got ambition.
I got ambition.
Hard work is just a definition.
The definition.
You know I gotta make my mission.
In my life, got to drive as never before.
Give everything I got with all I do. When motivation's there, I gotta move. Because I love my life, I'm all about the drive as never before. As never before, hey. As never before. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
As never before. As never before. As never before. As never before.
So you wanna feel alright? Inspiration hits your mind. Gotta excite your daily life.
In my life, got to drive as never before. As never before. As never before. In my life, got to drive as
never before.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
As never before.
here, along with Freedom Hole finishing ahead.
We've always pushed the limits to make ever better cars, to never stop innovating, to learn from the toughest challenges under the most extreme conditions. In these extraordinary times, we continue to learn about our people, our friends, our family. When this is over, we will all be closer, and together we will be back, faster and stronger than ever before. Toyota Gazoo Racing, pushing the limits for better.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages. This is the Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Esports Championship 2019, brought to you by UMW Toyota Malaysia and Cove Esports. It is going to be 70,000 ringgit prize pool that's up for grabs. It is racing!
Arun Crossline having a very good start there. He's going to be starting on the front of the grid right now, pushing towards the end there. They're going to have to break hard. They're going to be cutting it quarter to quarter, but it looks like he's going to start doing this. No! Will Rio be able to make it though? He still has the 0.1 seconds. He will come across the line. Will he make it? No! He lost it, man.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Toyota Gazoo Racing Online Challenge, where we have invited the top 10 sim racers from across Malaysia. Not only will they be racing against each other for bragging rights, but they'll also be racing against each other for a share of the 3,000 ringgit prize pool. I'm Nick Harris. Alongside with me is my co-commentator, Victor. Always great to have you back alongside us here at the Toyota Gazoo Racing Online Challenge. But before we begin, big shout out to our organizers, Toyota Malaysia, our sponsors, Toyo Tires, Denso, Toyota Racing Development, and our event partners, NK, Drive Energy Drink, and Motis. Thank you guys very much. If it wasn't for you guys, we wouldn't be here today, because you can't spell sport without you. See what I did there? Of course. We've got some news for you guys. I think my technical commentator will fill you guys in on a little bit of what happened in race number 4 and how it affects the overall standings. Victor, you may.
Okay. All right. So remember, during the race there, we noticed that Muir was using super soft tires, and this actually broke the rules of the race, because in the official rules and regulations, the drivers can only choose between soft to hards. So unfortunately, because of that, Muir is going to have a 4th-place grid penalty, which means that effectively he finished race 4 in 4th place there, thus thereby putting Taj Aiman into 1st place. So with that, that means that Taj Aiman actually has won race number 4.
Oh, wow. So that's definitely going to be a very interesting turn of events here, as we're going to be looking at the current standings. Taj Aiman walks away with the big 70 points, with Luoy Kit behind with 66 points. So not much in terms of the overall numbers involved, but it seems that, I mean, it's either you win by a mile or you win by an inch. And Taj Izrin Aiman shows that the difference of 4 points is enough for him to win the grand prize. Luoy Kit is not going to walk away empty-handed, as well as Muhammad Hakim. But making up the rest of the current standings is going to be Mushon Kijink, Mio Muhammad Hafiz, Irwadi bin Daud, Daniel Vun Kachun, Muhammad Ridwan, Aiman Hazik, and Chow Jen Ye to follow up our entire 4 races thus far. It has been a very, very interesting turn of events. There was a little bit of drama, a little bit of suspense, a little bit of action, across all 4 races. And it is great to say that it's a big, well-deserved win for our top 3 winners here: Taj Izrin Aiman, Luoy Kit, and Muhammad Hakim, who all 3 of them are going to be walking away with a cut of that 3,000 ringgit and bragging rights for the Toyota Gazoo Racing Online Challenge, Victor.
I mean, it's like we always like to say, anything can happen in a championship. And the fact that Muir made the mistake of using the super soft tires, basically it just handed Taj Aiman the win here for not only the race, but also for the Toyota Gazoo Racing Online Challenge Championship. So This is certainly something we did not expect. And kudos to him. The fact that he was still able to keep up and actually fight with Muir towards the end there was so thrilling to watch. And the fact that due to these circumstances, he ended up with the win. He's certainly gonna have a big smile on his face there. So congratulations to Touch Ayman. He was so well deserved. Given his performance in race number 4, and but also kudos to some of these other guys here because like Swan Jing. He had an amazing race number 3 there that basically allowed him to take up a few positions here in the championship standings. So kudos to these guys. They really raised their hearts out, and it has shown throughout this entire race. So thanks to all the participants for taking part in this because they've really delivered some quality entertainment here for you guys, I hope, at home.
Yeah, it's definitely goes to show that the potential of these top 10 drivers is definitely being realized here. Of course, we would like.
Oh, yeah, I think it's a little DC there. Sorry. Oh well, yep. Like Nick was saying, we really like to thank all of you guys at home for watching this. So hopefully we'll be able to see a lot more of this coming in from the Toyota Gazoo Racing here. Hey Nick, nice for you to join back in again.
Sorry about that. So sorry about that. A little bit of mistake right there. But anyway, it's been a great pleasure. Sorry to cut you off there, but it's been a great pleasure to have your technical expertise yet again, to be working alongside you. It's always great to have such a wonderful cast of characters on the track, on the virtual track. And of course, behind the scenes, we'd like to thank all of our production staff for working really hard to make sure that everything was done in a quick and orderly fashion. We would like to also thank all of our marshals that are working tremendously hard behind the scenes to make sure that rule of law and everything that is related to rules and regulations are abided by. So we would also like to thank each and every one of you for joining us from race number 1 up until race number 4. And for those of you who have been following Toyota Gazoo Racing Online Challenge from the early parts of the year, we would like to thank each and every one of you guys as well for just being there and just showing your support for the sim racing community. Any closing words from you, Victor, before we call it an end and we tease each and every one of our viewers with upcoming events?
Oh yeah, there's going to be something big in terms of the Gran Turismo sim racing scene here because there's going to be a big tournament coming up here. So I hope you guys will be able to stay tuned here with the Toyota Gazoo Racing Malaysia Facebook page as well as Code Esports, to stay up to date with the news here because once that event comes up, it's going to be pretty huge here, I think, not just for sim races here in Malaysia, but also sim races across Asia here. So you guys heard it here first. there's a big event coming up, and we're going to be excited to see how things will transpire in the future. But if you guys are really looking forward to more tournaments and action like this, you better train up because something big is just coming around the horizon.
And for those of you who are preparing, your preparation is not in vain because this is the biggest, it is one of, if not the biggest sim racing tournament that is coming, is going to be open to a lot of people. So you guys better make sure that you guys are ready for that tire to tire, bumper to bumper action because we've got so much lined up for you guys in the future and we can't wait to see you. And I guess from all of us here on the Toyota Gazoo Racing Online Challenge, Victor, unless you got anything else to close off with, anything else?
No, I think that pretty much covers it, man. So yeah, I think it's been a pleasure casting with you. It's always a fun experience, So I'm looking forward to the next time we're going to be able to do this again.
Yes, and I mirror those exact sentiments and thoughts definitely for sure. And I hope that you guys were entertained with our commentary, and we would like to apologize if there were any technical slip-ups or mispronunciations or whatever verbal slip-ups that we may have said or done on camera. So we'd like to apologize for that. And I think without saying much, we would like to thank each and every one of you guys for just being there for us. And we will see you again soon with more news and updates for Toyota Gazoo Racing Online Challenge. So if you just joined us on the stream, smash the like button, make sure you stay updated, and make sure you see all of those updates first on the Toyota Gazoo Racing Malaysia Facebook page, and of course Cove Esports for more information. Until then, we bid you adieu. And this is Nick Harris, and he is Victor Ang. He is Victor Ang, and we are signing off. Take care and have a great Sunday.